right, thank you everyone for being here today. It's Tuesday, June 28th. Not sure where the rest of the month went, but we are having our work session of the Board of County Commissioners, and we're going to start with the upcoming regular meeting items, and the first one is the Energy Code Addendum. So we're having a discussion today and a look-see and get all our questions answered. It's not a decision-making meeting. And Cindy Hubin, if you'd like to take it away.
Sure. I'm Cindy Hubin with the Community Development Department, and this is Brian Paul, our Chief Building Official. And as you know, we've been working on a series of codes. You've recently adopted the 2015 codes, including the International Energy Conservation Code. But we'd like to do a local addendum to that code for our energy efficiency program, combining several of the codes that we've had in the past. And Brian's been working really hard on pulling that together, so I'll let him go from here.
Okay. To set the kind of historical stage, as I said in the memo, in '97, the first Aspen-Pitkin Energy Conservation Code, or APEC, was adopted. In 1999, we added the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program to the APEC. In 2003, the 2003 International Code was, International Energy Conservation Code was adopted to replace the APEC. And now what we'd like to do, and the Efficient Building Program was created in 2003 as well, to start working on sustainable methods, sustainable materials, and some other land use and water conservation type components were added in. The Energy Addendum is an attempt to consolidate these three energy and sustainability compliance paths, the Energy Code, Sustainable Construction, and REMP, into one more concise, simpler program to implement and enforce. So right now, I think there's a lot of confusion in the marketplace and even in-house of where things lie and what things are. When people start talking energy compliance, it gets muddled with the sustainability and the efficient building components. So we'd like to just kind of clear that all up. And with this addendum, we hope to consolidate all that and make a nice, neat package. So what I've done, too, is in these first 8 slides, that I didn't provide these to the board, it's just kind of an introduction to the matrix itself and kind of how we want the dialogue to go and to set the stage and the foundation for this discussion going into the work sessions. So, as it's titled, Introduction to the Energy Addendum, or Prequel to the Matrix. I meant to wear a leather duster and dark glasses. So you guys feel like it really was the Matrix. But that didn't work out. So.
It's too hot out there.
It's way too warm for that. Overall Energy Addendum Philosophy. I'm going to go ahead and read these first 8 slides just because, like I said, I want to kind of set the foundation of where we'd like the discussion to kind of read. The addendum items could be approached as all-inclusive and be applied to existing inventory as well as new construction. We could go through a tiered implementation or a tiered enforcement. We can look at phased implementation because there are some background things that kind of need to be in place to take everything to fulfillment. As far as if we set up a really dynamic code and a strong code, if we don't have things in place to kind of back that up, I think that's where we fall short, and we can discuss that further as we get into the matrix. We can also look at things being either mandatory or a cooperative or an incentivized type participation, and those are some aspects that the board can be thinking about as we go through these items. Do we want to come in with a mandatory type situation, or do we want it to be more incentive-based, where CORE was actually willing and offered, we'll see as we go through the matrix, to include these in some of their incentives and use CORE money to kind of draw people into the program. The addendum items were chosen for the matrix for these reasons. To show, first of all, where Pitkin County currently stands in comparison with other programs. And it's interesting, as I delved into this deeper, I looked at our 3 codes, the 2015 Energy Code, the Efficient Building Program, and REMP, and started comparing it to other type programs that were out there. Mm-hmm. And we should already be pretty proud of where Pitkin County stands in the marketplace. We are ahead of the game. We have been since our 97 and 99 implementation of the first energy codes that we did. But as we go through this, I'll show more and more how Pitkin County has been a leader in this energy component and will continue to be so. To indicate also where gaps or specific items of interest could be focused on to provide a more comprehensive approach to energy conservation, renewable energy mitigation, and sustainable construction materials and methods. So those are kind of our goals that we're setting out as we go into this discussion. And this is what staff feels like we really wanted to focus on with the board, but also we hope that the board would also see that these are the components that really work as we go forward in the discussion. I kind of broke out in a chart, and it's a little small. Where the focus of the matrix lies, and if you look, about 20% of what we feel like we can impact is energy code amendments or changes. We feel like the ICC is doing a great job of ramping up the code towards a future goal of the 2030 initiative or net zero ready or wherever they were headed when they first kind of laid out those ground rules of where they were going. And as we talked about as we adopted the 2015 IECC, we already did increased 15% over the 2009 code. And the 2018, I've looked at those numbers, and we've kind of come up against a hard ceiling with where we can go with some things, and we can go into that discussion as we go into the matrix. The big items that we think we can make our most impact on are one, job site waste, and the other being sustainable materials and methods. We feel like those are areas in the efficient building program that we really kind of made our mark and made some differences as far as some other programs that are out there. Net zero, as I looked at net zero going into this, really deals with the energy of the home and not so much on the sustainable side. So I think if we can focus more on the sustainable materials and methods and also the background fulfillment of that and establishing programs and getting more HERS raters into the valley and setting up, like the landfill was talking about, that construction junction component where we get to do a materials exchange. When we lost construction junction, we lost a great resource because places like, what's the other one? Habitat stopped taking, well, they don't really take the materials, the raw materials. They take more finished products and furnishings and those type of things. So we really don't have a good place to kind of put all of those reusable and renewable materials. So going into the breakdown, here's the 20% energy code changes. Here's where we think we can make some changes with 2015. As I said, the International Code Council continues to ratchet up compliance with each new code cycle. Our values and U values have come up against hard ceilings, meaning that it's harder to get anything better than a 49 ceiling because of the framing materials that you have to work with. And if we go there or go any deeper than that, we start having to mandate foam, and that starts making it exclusive products where you're not allowing people to use bad insulation or other forms to hit the same kind of R values that we would need in those ceilings. Due to the county's commitment to staying current with code adoptions, we are currently up to date with the most restrictive standards. And one thing that we may offer up in the matrix is at least already bumping to 2018 numbers, but the only thing that really changed is the U value on windows. They stayed the same on R values for ceilings, walls, floors, crawl spaces, etc. So, but we can discuss that as we go into the matrix. We can emphasize energy rating programs like HERS ratings or some of those outside of code programs. They're actually in the code as a pathway to compliance, but we could also incentivize or encourage or mandate certain performance characteristics, especially on that tiered type level where as a house gets larger, we start putting a tougher scrutiny and a tougher HERS rating.
Can you explain what a HERS rating is? And it's not
Sure.
currently, is the HERS rating currently in the 2015 International Building Code?
It's called an Energy Rating Index in the Energy Code in the 2015, and it is a pathway to compliance along with prescriptive method, which is just meeting the minimum U values, R values, etc., or using res check or some other kind of modeling program that actually allows you to show how your house performs better than a standard model that's already in the program software. So the HERS rating adds other components too.
It's a home energy rating system.
Yeah, HERS. Yeah, that's what it's abbreviated. Sorry, that's true. And that's why in the 2015 it's just called an energy rating index, because they didn't want to specify any particular program. But it's basically the HERS program is the one that's most prominent and available out there. The other area that I think could be focused on and focus our efforts is mechanical systems. Right now, the code doesn't have a minimum AFUE or efficiency for boilers, and I think that if we could set a standard there and choose a number that we can all agree to, that we could mandate or incentivize, that those are kind of some items that we could really kind of glean from what's not already in code. And the existing building program, let's see. No, not the
Existing
building.
inventory.
Inventory, that's the other place, is remodels. Right now, as it says here, existing ceilings, walls, or floor cavities exposed during construction need not comply with current code, provided that those cavities are filled with insulation. And that filled with insulation is not even defined. So if they had newspapers in the wall originally, if they want to put newspapers back in the wall, there's no code definition there as far as what filled with insulation means. So either we could address what you need to fill that with in the existing, or we could address coming up to compliance with the 2015 code. And I think that that's a deficiency too, as far as if we don't take care of our existing inventory in some method, then even no matter how great we get our new homes, we're still going to have that glut or that energy use from our existing inventory. So, and there will always be some restrictions on historical where they don't want to change the roof profile or the wall profile or whatever.
They want those newspapers to go back in?
Yeah, we'll allow the newspapers. So that's, I think, a big discussion item that we'll go back to. In the sustainable materials category, that's about 35%, we think, of what we can affect. And this is actually one area that we've historically excelled in. When we established the efficient building program, we set some major standards that people still follow through and found that they were best practices and found that they actually like working with timber strands and like working with the LSLs and some of the engineered lumber that's out there in lieu of buying a stud that has to be straightened or someone has to cull through and make sure that they're all usable, and some of the waste that's done in buying just materials. Plus, the engineered materials are much more sustainable and user-friendly because they're made of glued together parts of the wood instead of taking down trees. So we've been recognizing and embracing innovative products, materials, and methods, and we want to continue to do so in the new matrix. Striving to encourage and establish and monitor best building practices, and I think we've done a great job in the marketplace with that. This is one area that, as I said before, that's not as robust in other programs. The Net Zero Ready focuses more so on the energy performance of the house and doesn't really have a sustainable component. So as some of these other jurisdictions are bragging about, I've done Net Zero Ready, or that's where we are, I don't know how they're addressing sustainable materials and some of the other components that we have in our efficient building programs. So I think that that's something that we can continue to do, and I think we've done a good job of. I think this is definitely a place we can have a direct impact, either mandating or through the cooperative or incentivized approach like we discussed in earlier slides. Many of the efficient building programs, things that we established, have already been assimilated into code. The residential code has taken on some of the building science items and some of things that we used to mandate in our efficient building program. So we won't have to keep the efficient building program. And some of the water-wise or water sense items have been taken up. The state just adopted a maximum fixture GPM numbers, and I've got those numbers we can discuss later. So many things are already becoming part of code. So we won't have to have as huge a program as we had with the efficient building. We want to focus on a few high impact items and influential items that we think that the board will like to be proud of being a part of, and the building department will be proud to be a part of. So we've also included in the matrix just automatics, some items that I chose from the efficient building program that I felt were important and weren't covered by code already. So that's been introduced into the matrix. As we go through, we can see if we want to just keep some of those items as mandatory items or cooperative items as we go deeper into this. Any questions so far? I know I'm just rambling, but I think this is just setting the foundation.
Yeah,
so.
no.
Okay. Job waste. This is another area that we definitely can invest a lot of our efforts and improve. The Efficient Building Program encouraged deconstruction over demolition, and the drawback was we didn't have a great place for handling that construction debris and a viable place for people to have access to those materials if we set them aside. A lot of times things were given away on job sites, but there was no place, a repository to put those items for availability for people to actually go and actually reduce and reuse and recycle. We were separating materials on job sites, but it didn't always get handled all the way to fruition and fulfillment on the other end. So again, we can apply the mandatory cooperative incentivized program, MCI, we can call it, the MCI approach to these programs. Water conversation, yeah. Water conservation. Here's an area we can effectively influence in the fixtures and interior water use. The state and code has adopted gray water systems. So we could look at either incentivizing or encouraging the pre-piping for these systems or the use of these systems on bigger projects where there would be more site waste, watering the trees and huge properties. So there's a lot of ways we can look at that. Also, we can include some of these in the land use code instead of in building code, so that these measures are kind of dealt with in the planning stage, so that it doesn't get all the way to I'm ready to build my house, now what do I have to do? And we're just now throwing at them that they need to site their house properly and position it properly and making sure that they're taking care of drainage and runoff properly. So, land use items that directly impact the structure. We're going to look at putting into the land use also things like solar sighting and orientation, dealing with projections and shading of the house so that you don't have to have a cooling system if your house is shaded well enough or oriented properly, so, or maybe a smaller cooling system. On-site and off-site renewables, that's always been a big discussion, and we're not sure as if we go forward to requiring, if we ever looked at net zero, required every site to have the renewables. Not every site is solar ready and solar capable, so there'll be a broader discussion, I'm sure, about whether or not off-site renewables are a viable alternative. So. Things like ponds, drainage, water quality, and septic can be handled in the land use code and be part of siting your home and designing where your house sits on a piece of property long before you get to the point of having a building permit and are ready to start putting in a foundation. So as I said, throughout, these items will reside in the land use code, and we can provide an earlier design guidance. So that's the introduction to the matrix. And if we're ready to go into it, I can bring that up next.
And just one little comment. I think that the goal here that Brian's pointed out, I think very well, is that we aren't just looking at the energy code or the addendum to the energy code to solve all of the issues. We understand that it's a web of how we do business and what our expectations are, if they're required or mandatory or incentivized throughout the county when we look at how we deal with the waste, and you guys have been working hard on that, how we deal with land use up front, and then the building codes, as well as, you know, a number of other items as we look at pond usage or any other kind of water issue that we have in the county. So we're exploring, and like Brian said, I think we are looking at trying to be out front, and you'll see as we go into the matrix some of the other communities and what they've done and the approaches they've taken. But I think you'll find it really interesting where all this sits. So.
Can I ask you?
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
When you say mandated cooperative or incentivized, we could have all three of those in. It doesn't just have to be it's
Absolutely.
all mandated, so it could be a mix of those.
Right.
And I find that to be really a key point. And the other key point I really like is the tiered ratings. So if you're building a 1,500 square foot house, you do X, but if you're building a 15,000 square foot house, you do X, Y, and Z. That's kind of the, because, you know, when you're building that small house, we don't want to make it unaffordable. because we really want to incentivize people to build those smaller houses.
Absolutely.
So I think that's another, those are two key points, I think, for me. That
And the third one I'll just throw in there is to keep in mind as we're looking at all these standards, whether or not you think that they should be imposed on existing structures when they come in for building permits for minor additions or improvements versus just to new construction, because we feel like we can affect a lot of the
Existing inventory.
existing inventory, and there just may be a standard for that. Maybe it's 50% of your structure is affected by what you're doing. Who knows?
Yeah,
But-
that's what I was going to say. When it's just like when you talk about, it used to be with sprinklers, you didn't have to sprinkle the whole house, you only had to sprinkle the new part. So I think that's something we need to look at. So, but if you're going to gut the entire house and leave up the walls, that's different than if you're just going to add on a 500 square foot closet.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just to tag on to that, because I was thinking along those same lines after reading the memo. You know, this board made a decision on historic preservation to be incentive-based only. And there's times when that puts, I think, the board in a really bad negotiating position, where the incentives you have to offer, you know, I'm not sure there's a community benefit at the end of the day. And so I'm not against that incentive type of approach, but I think we have to be careful about when it's used and where it's used, so that, you know, it's not a wish list that we don't end up really being able to fulfill, or we have to, you know, give away so much, you know, here, you could have a second single-family home site if you'll just save this, you know, type of thing that doesn't seem to be a gain. And then the other thing is that I do, as you're saying, really think that there need to be some standards if we're looking at the retrofitting of older homes or rebuilding, because, you know, there's a difference for some people of saying, oh, okay, this will cost me $20,000 to add the bedroom, and oh, okay, now it's going to cost $35,000 because I have to do other parts of the house. You know, that's not the situation I want to get in. But I certainly don't want to be in the situation similar to, you know, the city before it changed its code, where demolition was, you know, not counted until you'd knock 3 of the 4 walls down, and they got credit on the rebuild. And so we don't want to go that far either. So those are kind of my thoughts at that level. George?
Yeah, on the remodels, I think, as you said, Brian, I think that's a great opportunity to, it's sort of it's a dual benefit, really. So you're going to be able to conserve more energy. So if you're re-siding or if you're re-roofing to come up to standards, and it's going to actually end up saving that homeowner money on their utility bill. So there are parts that I think should come up to standard when there's going to be replacing windows. There's lots of opportunities for remodels that I see.
And we could put together a whole return on investment study if we want to go there and have what those impacts would make if you upgraded, if while you were re-siding you put a layer of insulation all the way around your home and did away with thermal bridging on the framing members, how much that's going to save you over the lifespan of that home compared to not doing those things. So that would be part of maybe the incentivize to show how much improvement that would make and to draw somebody into that dialogue. So there's so many ways we could approach, or we mandate and say, if you take the siding off, you have to bring it up. We don't want to disincentivize where people say, no, I'm not going to do the project now, or maybe do it on the nights and weekend when we don't see it happening and don't involve us. So,
That never happens.
no. So if we're ready to step into the matrix,
Just several comments from me, things that popped into my head.
Sure.
I would agree on if somebody's doing an addition, it should be completely up to the current standards. I wouldn't say they have to go back in and shoot foam into cavities in the rest of the house if they're just doing an addition. If they're doing a remodel where they've got the drywall all off, then they should be required to bring it up to the standards, at least for the, you know, the insulation in the walls, for instance. So I wouldn't go overboard requiring somebody to redo the whole house if they're just adding on a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely a good, I think code already addresses the addition portion, But on the remodels, definitely, if they open up the cavity, that's a great opportunity to go in and improve.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous not to do it because of the savings and increase in comfort level and all the things they can achieve.
Definitely.
I think off-site mitigation, should be looked at carefully, because in the case of my house, which was, fairly well insulated, but it has some holes in it, daylight holes where birds have pecked a hole in the door, for instance, that we never have fixed. It's like, to increase the airflow in the house. So it's a leaky house, but in one fell swoop, we mitigated all of our solar PV by, doing a deal with Clean Energy Collective.
Mhm.
And then that one thing brought my house fairly close to being net zero when you look at the definition of net zero, just by buying the solar on an off-site location.
Mhm.
So that could be a big thing for, trying to achieve a net zero status, whether it's on-site or off-site. When you said that, we really lost something when Construction Junction went out of business, maybe the county should consider doing Construction Junction at the landfill. Just a materials recycling center where deconstructed houses can be brought in and people can go in. Because I know a lot of people used to build their whole house out of what they could get out of the salvage yards and Construction Junction. They, owner-built homes, they saved a huge amount of money going that way.
Mhm.
So that'd be something for us to consider, that's almost more of a landfill issue, but I think it'd be worth considering.
We were sorry that the landfill folks all had, unfortunately, double schedules this morning, but they're going to take a look at this today and on the screen, and it'll be good direction when you guys move into phase 2 of their program.
Well,
George?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that with Kathy at the landfill, because again, it has a dual benefit. Not only are you able to reuse and recycle existing materials, but you're going to extend the lifespan of the landfill, which is critical.
True. Yeah, it's twofold.
but at the same time, if we're looking for people that do small remodels or additions to use sustainable materials, then they can't really use the stuff that we're sending to the landfill because it wouldn't be a sustainable material. It would be the old school materials. So if you're going to do something like a raised garden, it works great. So there are other opportunities for use that we need to be thinking about at the same time for those recycled materials.
Well, the efficient building program used to have a component for reclaimed too,
Yeah.
and I think
Yeah.
that I think we could definitely include that in our ultimate.
Because I think we want to find a way to allow that use. We just have to be careful that we're not, flipping it from sustainability to reusability.
But I think both have their value for
Yeah,
sure.
they do.
That's a good point, and just kind of thinking about it, there needs to be somewhat of a white paper written about a public sector construction junction. I mean, we benefited for quite a while from having a private sector one do it, and I don't know if the economies would ever make it possible again, or whether I don't want to step on the toes, say, of a Habitat for Humanity with some of the things that they might be able to do. But I think we'd want to really have some idea of, well, how much storage do you need, and what type of things really move versus what things would sit on a shelf somewhere for 3 years, and then you eventually haul it off, and what we would consider for hours or cost for operation, what type of size. We did approve a master plan out there, which I don't think had a building for, construction materials again. And so I want to just go down the list of what type of things would it take to operate a facility like that. I think it's valuable, but let's start taking it from just an idea out here just to at least the conceptual stage, so that if we move that forward, we can do something.
Maybe we can ask for a core grant.
Well, or
Great
maybe
opportunity.
this is an opportunity for a public-private partnership. If you get to where you have the right facility there and location, and if they suddenly weren't paying a high rent for a building, it might become something that the private sector could do. So we'll
Yeah,
look for
because-
different opportunities.
Because once a profit margin gets involved in this, then it takes out that trade-off
Right.
that I brought it here just to give so that someone else can take.
Yeah, but
Once they
again,
start
it could
having
be a
to pay overhead.
nonprofit, but I'm just saying somebody needs to be able to cover their payroll costs. And, you know, questions would arise for me, similar warranty or liability of materials that are resold. And how do you protect yourself if the boiler's not really good or whatever. I mean, I'm just not, that's probably a bad
Point.
part to use, but, you know, I just think we need to, again, let's take it from conceptual to, from a real vague idea to a little more conceptual and keep moving the detail down about how something like that could happen.
I've also seen implemented, and I think to a certain degree, there's a little bit of it in the valley, but before anything actually has to be moved to the landfill, there's a whole other step in between online where people trade and say, hey, come pick this up for free or whatever. So I think there's a whole nother industry that could take off a little bit here if we maybe give it a nudge. So that's another hope.
It's already out there big, because I know my son-in-law uses it all the time,
Right.
both ways.
Yeah,
Financially.
and I agree with that, but again, you don't want to be saying, okay, we're going to give you an Energy Star grant so you can get an Energy Star efficient refrigerator, and by the way, we're just going to trade that to somebody else to put in their new place, you know?
No,
So,
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
happened to my boyfriend not long ago. Oh, your refrigerator's broken, here, let me give you a used
You know,
one.
that brings up a good point too. Even in the efficient building program, there are rumors that we would go in and count the E-Star appliances in a house, and then people would take those out and immediately replace them with whatever they wanted to put in their place. So sadly, there needs to be some oversight and some check back on a lot of these items, because there are some oddities that happen that we don't know
Can't catch 'em all.
if there's a way to control that. That's another kind of area that we can focus on too, maybe, is better monitoring of if we do
The
offset
results.
with solar or offset with photovoltaic, making sure those systems are up and operational. Get initial commissioning reports showing that they were started up in the first place, and maybe do checkbacks that if you're
Yeah.
getting credit for snow melt from the solar system, prove that it's working. Every 3 years we come out and check. So those are definitely things that we'd like to see in the matrix.
Same thing
in
if
the-
they
in the
purchase
addendum.
off-site, make sure that that purchase off-site isn't for 6 months. You know,
Right,
and they
exactly.
get their credit for it, and then they don't purchase it anymore. That's even easier than not maintaining it, I think, in some cases.
I think we have great programs in place and great ideas for the future, but I think that fulfillment portion is a critical component to this whole, to making any program successful. So, all right, let's go into the matrix. So what is the matrix? It's the Pickton County Energy Addendum. It laid out in a format that we can, as you said, choose from, select items that we like or dislike, and incentivize and do all these different things. I think this is an exciting way to present it, because the board and staff have this total ownership and this ability to set this program up the way we'd like to see it run. So I'm pretty excited about bringing this forward. So I broke it out into categories as the energy code is broken out, and the first category is the insulation R values. And as we go across the top, we've got our current adoption of the 2015 International Energy Conservation Code. We have kind of what we've ended up categorizing as the county staff recommendations, because at first I was going to try to bring you maybe a 2015 plus category, but in doing so I started looking at everything that was filling into those blanks was things that come out, the wish list I was putting together, things that I'd like to bring forward and kind of like to see go into fruition. So it became the staff recommendations column. Next is a program called Build Smart, which has been implemented by Boulder County, and it takes a lot of components of what we've been doing, some of our efficient building program stuff, some they looked at the National Building Code to incorporate what they built, and they built a program very similar to where we're kind of heading with this addendum. So it's a great model to kind of look at. They have increased the R values to some degree, but in doing so, it kicked some people out of being able to use ResCheck as a modeling program, because ResCheck is set up with the parameters of the 2015 International Energy
And
Conservation Code.
ResCheck is,
ResCheck is a Department of Energy program that takes a standard house and models what that would be, and then shows what your R values and U values and mechanical systems will look like in comparison to the standard model, whether you perform better or perform worse than a standard model.
And the standard model is based on the 2015 Energy Code?
Yes, currently, I'm not sure, I believe it is already out there in the 2015. The last one we were using was still based on '09, and there is a 12 component out there because, as you see, Net Zero Ready is using the 2012 compliance path, so. George, did you have a question? I'm sorry, no.
I had
Steve,
a
did you have a
question on the, what does it mean on the wall where it says R20+5 and like on the basement crawl space it says R15/19?
That's a good question. In the table, in the 2015 IECC, it calls out areas that you need to have the cavity filled with insulation plus either an exterior house wrap all the way around or foundation exterior insulation. So it's a combined R value of what's in between the studs and what's wrapped around the exterior.
Okay.
So that came into play in the 2009 code section, but there was still the res check option to go around that by showing that you had other components in your building that would actually model better than standard, and you wouldn't have to do that continuous house wrap. Now this code has really gone to pushing that exterior house wrap. And part of that is to, when a stud is against a cold exterior wall and against your siding, it draws the cold and moisture in. It's thermal bridging is what it's called. So when you cover that face of that stud in behind your siding, it stops that from happening. So it's like putting on a sweater around your house. It's a way to kind of super insulate.
So in the case of a wall, a 2x6 wall would be R20. But then
Yes.
you do the wrap, that adds another 5.
5 on the exterior. So if you were stuccoing or putting on siding, you'd have like an inch of R board or some kind of insulation foam board on the exterior.
So it's like
Okay.
it seals the insulation.
Yes. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good way to look at it. It's a thermal seal, kind of.
Yeah. We'll make it fancier, thermal sealing insulation.
There you go. So as you look, again, we've kind of hit a hard ceiling with the R49. And I looked at 2018, and 2018, the recommended adoption or proposed adoption is to stay right where those R values are for ceilings, walls, floors, basements, and slabs. So that has been what we've brought forward as a staff recommendation in that category. But we're open to, if the board wants to look at, like Boulder went to an R54, the problem gets into, can you do that without using foam? Can you do that in a standard framing member? And that's where it starts really impacting the industry and causing the cost to change. If everyone has to go with foam, that's your only product that can be used. And if everyone has to frame their ceilings deeper, it changes the way that they build. So.
Rachel, I have a question. As we have really knowledgeable people in the audience, and I'm just wondering, as we go through each one of the categories, if you'd like to take questions or comments, or if you want to do that at the end, I just wanted to point that.
What does the board want?
That's fine, but I have a question.
Okay, George.
Before that. So, Brian, on the last column you have a net zero ready,
Yes.
and that was from the 2012 International Code. So
Yes.
the 2015 is already well above that, but what did net zero ready, what does that mean?
Okay. That was a Department of Energy program where they were looking for people to start building towards the goal of ultimate net zero. And they had incentives and they had mandates and they had requirements that you had to participate in to achieve net zero ready. Included some pre-piping for renewables and a minimum 2012 Energy Code compliance. And that was the discovery I made as I was going across, because we were looking, originally the matrix was going to be a continuum of what we look like now to the end result of someday being at the net zero category, but we've already kind of exceeded net zero ready with our adoption. And that's why I wanted to kind of get a grasp of what 2018 proposals look like, so we don't adopt our addendum and then be obsolete as soon as that next code cycle comes into play, because most likely we'll skip that interim code cycle adoption of the 18 and wait till the next version comes out.
And the way I understand it, George, I had to ask all those same questions about the net zero, is it's, it tries to get you to the net zero by using offsite renewables and all of that combination of things, but the net zero ready were actually standards that came about from the Department of Energy to help quantify the whole net zero program, if you will. Is that correct?
Well, not off-site, offset. It's good. You want to
Offset.
offset your renewables. Here's what net zero, the definition of net zero is right there at the very top. Derive half their energy from the grid and then return the same amount to the grid. That's all net zero is. You know, I thought it was some wonderful energy compliance. That's the simple definition.
Somehow adding up to those two
Yep.
sides of the coin.
Like you said, you paid for off-site PV and you're good. So, you know, if our goal was to brag about Pickens County's net zero, we could probably obtain that relatively easily. But there's so many other components that aren't addressed in that program that
That's sustainable.
we're already doing and could do better. That I think that our addendum is going to come out in a place that we're going to be very different than what's out there already, and establishing some ground rules and some direction that's really going to make a difference in this environment, and also help establish some programs outside of this area. Because I'll tell you, some of the programs I was seeing as I was doing this preparation and meeting with consultants are watered down versions of things we're already doing. People are buying and selling our ideas that we've already been doing since the 90s.
So when you say derive half the energy from the grid, what grid are you referring to?
Holy Cross, or the energy, wherever your energy source is.
So, but half of that energy source may be coming from
Renewable.
fossil fuel.
Fossil fuel.
Yes.
So are we really moving forward in terms of at least addressing the bigger picture of climate change?
No, that's the strange dichotomy of net zero is that really all it is you put back what you took, energy-wise.
You're not producing more
Regardless
than
of
you're
the
taking.
source.
But it's just the
But how much can you ask from one individual house and one individual property owner too? You know, do they need to be producing power for the grid beyond their own needs?
And can the grid
Or-
handle that?
Yeah, and can the grid handle that? Or if they're just, you know, ending up neutral, you know, I borrow $5 from you and I pay you back $5 and we're net zero.
Right, exactly.
Can I, you know, on the R54, is it likely that in the future, near future maybe, that the industry will come up with better standards so it's not just a choice of foam, that there's other options? I think it will. So I think that's something in the future we can always look at that as the industry changes their product to accomplish better goals, then we will need to change our requirements to address the new products. Does that make sense?
I would agree in many ways code leads the marketplace in a lot of things. The problem with that is, does the marketplace ever catch up? And do we take things to fulfillment, or do we end up dealing with what is available and what we can actually work with? And I think that's an important thing to pay attention to, that if we put in mandates and we put in programs, that there is a way for people to
To
follow
meet those.
through with this and meet
Well,
those
I
requirements.
think that if the industries are looking at, you know, the market is looking at, oh, they're really shifting this to a higher R, you know, R54, we better start, either that or the foam guys are getting all the business.
They're gonna love
and We're
it.
going to go out of business. So hopefully the industries are smart enough to realize that maybe they need to kick it up a notch to meet up with us kicking it up a notch.
And the Pink Panther actually showed up to the ICC hearings to make
Oh, yeah.
sure that foam was still a viable option for insulating. That's why 2018 is kind of still leaning towards
Yeah.
the 49, because
We know how that works
there's a
out,
whole industry
lobbying
out there
effect.
that wants to stay in business.
Yeah.
And maybe we incentivize in a different way instead of a requirement past the 49.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, okay.
And here, once again, as you look across the bottom row of remodels, in our current code adoption, existing just has to put in what they took out or improve it. We would look at maybe incentivizing or mandating that you meet the 2015 codes in the areas that you open up. That's what Build Smart went ahead and did, is ask people to meet the 2015 standard in their remodels. Net zero doesn't really get into that. It's 2012 code is existing or better. So,
Wow.
and then what I put in most of net zero, true net zero, is just they're kind of their mantra, or what they say is high efficiency offset by renewables. So you put in the best available boiler you can, or the best insulation you feel you can put in, as long as you can offset half of what it affects your energy use. So that's kind of how you obtain net zero. So the decision points we throw out there is, does the board desire to increase our current our values? And does the board desire addressing the existing inventory requiring the remodels meet the 2015 code? So we thought that those were kind of the discussion items and decision points from this slide. We don't have to make decisions in this meeting. This is what we'd like to do, is have some direction and some guidance on where to focus our energy. Our energy.
Yeah, no pun intended.
Pun there.
You probably said that a lot.
Yeah, focus our energy. So that we don't get off track on where the board's goals really are in this. And I think that as we go through each slide, if you want to be at least formulating your thoughts on where we'd like to take the ultimate addendum, we can close out today and maybe meet back with a clearer direction on what we want to bring back in the next section. I worry that we're going to run out of time, and really I was intending probably to carry over whatever doesn't get completed today into the next meeting.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we still have another 40 minutes today.
Okay.
George has a question, and then I do want to go to comments from others.
So, but at least on this first slide, the staff's recommendation is to just go get up to the 2015.
Correct, stay with 2015.
Not go beyond that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Steve?
I would agree with that recommendation. There's reasons to not go above that, having to do with construction techniques and costs. And so I would agree with staying there. Then you had the question about the remodels, which we've already kind of talked about that. Whether, what level to require remodels to meet these. And maybe the remodel wouldn't totally meet the standards, but we have to be practical in how much of a remodel they're actually doing, I guess.
At least maybe require a prescriptive performance in the areas that are opened. Like if they open the wall or open the ceiling, now they bring it up to R20 plus 5, or at least to 21 cavity. If they can't get the house wrap because they're not taking off the siding on the exterior, at least go full depth in the
Right.
framing with a good quality insulation, either high density insulation or the foam or something that really improves the performance of that house. So those are kind of the details of how we could address remodels.
Yeah, I think we all said that before. We want to drill down a little deeper to what would be good to make mandatory, what would be good to incentivize during that remodel, and what is a threshold that starts to require that, as opposed to, again, adding moving the boiler outside the house. Maybe you do it because it's the boiler, even though it's a very small piece, but if it's just adding a porch on the front of the house, no, it probably wouldn't kick much in.
Sounds good. Did you want to take questions?
Yeah, please, or comments, Mona or Charlie or.
Sure, thanks. I mean, we've been working pretty closely with Brian on developing the matrix and having the conversation about the idea of reusing materials and creating that. And I've actually spoken with Kathy Hall, and I think your idea of a white paper is a really good idea, Rachel, because, again, I don't want to say, well, we've done some of that work in Boulder County, but I did help develop a program called Resource. It's a used building materials salvage program that is a public-private partnership. It's run by a nonprofit organization, and the city and the county supported it, and long before we put anything into the code, I say we, again, I worked for a different nonprofit at the time, worked with the city and the county, and they had a similar point system, and long before that was actually adopted into the code, it was a voluntary program. And because I'm working with a nonprofit, you get a tax deduction when you donate the materials, and so there was a large incentive. That's why so many people are donating to Habitat, right? They donate furniture. They're not as aggressive with building materials. And so I think there's an opportunity for either expansion of Habitat, I really don't want to say that, especially on camera, or another nonprofit that could take that on, because you get that tax deduction, so there's that incentive to do that before you require something. But as to the building codes, I think it's good to move towards the 2015, and you don't want to make the industry suffer, so to speak, with trying to jump through some hoops by creating insulation levels of R54, and I think Brian mentioned, there's a diminishing rate of return with that. And until the industry starts building, you know, a wider, I guess, 2x10s would have to become standard, I think, and I'm going to ask Dennis or Brian in order to be able to get an R54 in an attic or a ceiling and what that would look like. You know, you don't want to make it so cumbersome for people to try to have to do that. And I think Boulder County actually had some of that pushback, if you will, from the building industry when they did go to their Build Smart, and it has been in place for a few years, but they had to change some things because, again, it sounds really great in principle, but if you go too far, it creates more headache for the building department than it does ease, which is what I think, you know, there's that philosophy about building. I mean, you go into town just like crazy. I'm sure Dennis is like having to go out and deal with all of the building permits out there now, but you don't want to add more work or too much more work, I guess, to the building departments. So, but I think this is the step in the right direction, and we've helped to support Town of Basalt as well. They've adopted a building code. Most of the communities are moving towards the 2015, which is good, and starting to explore the concept of net zero. When I say most of the communities, we're looking at a broader sampling across Colorado, you know, Front Range or mountain communities, that kind of thing. So,
Yeah. Two things. I really agree with that you can go too far and then not actually have value for it. Yeah, when we're looking at our new building, it was a little bit of, well, what's the payback on that? How many years on that? And I think it's reasonable for any sort of homeowner to have that same opportunity. I mean, again, there will be things that are mandatory, but you know, raising, I'm not sure that going from 49 to 54 makes that much of a difference if you know, in the consumption, if it also then becomes that much more difficult. And the other thing was, I thinking, related to that. Well, I'll just I'm sure it'll come back.
Can I?
Patty?
Well, you know, I think in what you're saying, Mona, I think the goal for me is to increase the energy efficiency and increase the sustainability while decreasing the cumbersome nature of the system. So we want to do this on one side, and we want to make it easier on the other. So we want to actually increase the ease of the process while increasing the energy efficiency and sustainability issue. So that's kind of something I think we need to think of as we go through. In other words, we don't want to make it so hard that this is just fought against. We want to make it this the right thing to do and this the easy way to get there.
I think that's one of the reasons why one of my biggest focus was to get out of a points-based structure. The efficient building program was so cumbersome to enforce, and even the National Green Building Code is another point structure. You know, where you're trying to take components and mix and match a little too much, and it becomes quite difficult. And is the end result what you get out of it really what we really wanted to focus on in the first place? Because there are pathways you can choose through those programs that maybe not build the most efficient house and the most effective house. So I'd rather see a program that mandates a few great efficiencies than to have a program that hits mediocre efficiencies through a whole point system and a complicated implementation. So I agree.
Right, I
I think you're right on.
Yeah. I know the other thing I was thinking about. I don't know if they're still doing them, but it used to be a point in time where there was kind of energy efficient bank mortgages where, you know, if they accounted for the fact that you were going to have a lower energy bill, therefore your income for qualifying for whatever loan could be a little bit larger. And again, I don't know, I see Mona shaking their head. Are they still doing that? I don't know. Okay, so, you know, I think that if we're able to find some sort of certification for these buildings afterwards, so that would become one of your incentives, that you know, you could, you know, that you will have gotten the certificate when completed, that, you know, hopefully would make it easier when you're going through that mortgage process as well. Mona?
mind if I comment? So just to give you a little update, we've been working with the Colorado Energy Office, and we've had a number of trainings for realtors in the valley from Glenwood to Aspen. In Aspen, a lot of times people just pay cash, so there isn't a mortgage involved.
Right.
But there are places where there are mortgages. The other thing that we're working on is to promote the home energy score. We promote it through an assessment. If you got an assessment 2 years ago, you wouldn't have gotten a home energy score. But we are offering that. It's a service that we provide as an assessment now. So it's a home energy score, and it helps rank houses. And it could be part of a new home as well when you get as part of your HERS rating, and it could be, there's a relationship with that. So you start building a database, and ideally, somebody would look at a home and they'd say, oh, there's an home energy score of X, or home energy, or a HERS score, home energy rating score of Y. And so there starts to be some information out there amongst realtors, even amongst home buyers, where they start looking at energy efficiency when they're considering location. So.
Thank you. Dennis, do you have anything you'd like to add from your experience with all this? And Dennis is, Marie is the city and building department. I'm not sure your exact title.
I never actually saw The Matrix. I saw the prequel to The Matrix, but I didn't into The Matrix.
This is Matrix 1, we have 2, 3, and 4 to follow.
Yeah, the sequence.
I think the challenge, obviously, is getting the buildings as tight and as energy efficient as you can get, and then to find a place to use materials that are being deconstructed would be a noble cause. The projects that we encounter, you'd have to change the whole dynamic on somebody wanting to use those products. And I'm not sure what building stock you guys are seeing, but the homes that we get designed, the reuse of framing materials is negligible. That I can see them incorporate into their plans. So I'm not sure what components you want to save or who that market would be. It's the right thing to do, but I'm not sure how it would fit into what we see at submittal to build what the designer intent is for those homes.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's a good point.
But the homes, I mean, with the program, we've been the same with energy codes, you know, until we split, but we've been pretty close to the same straight through. We're behind in the 15, but we hope to accomplish it by the end of this year. We're doing really, really great with the stock for the luxury green homes we have. Right, so it's
The luxury green home.
they're using good products, they're building with wonderful techniques, and homes are luxurious, so you get a little of everything there. But to say they're green and 10,000 square feet for 2 people for 2 weeks is hard to get from my perspective. But, you know, we get great glass, we get great insulating, we get great building techniques, we get great ventilation systems, we get great mechanical systems. We get as good as you can get anywhere, I think, in the world. So I don't know what else you can do in this venue, because a lot of it's driven by the client. They want what they want, and our codes aren't hindering them, I don't believe, in getting what they really want. What they really want is, and you know, it used to be a tremendous fight to get a PV panel on a roof, and now it's something to brag about, which is so nice for us.
Yeah, which is where we wanted to go.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, it used to be, I mean, I don't know if you guys remember back in like 2000, nobody would collect it but me, and it was just an argument every day. And now it's like, I've got a 58, I got a 17 kW system on my roof, you know, it's like wonderful for you. You know, I'm like, gosh, why didn't I think of that? And we did, and so
Now let
you're
them
getting, I
think
think
they
you're getting what you want. And it's less, you know, with the programs that Cora's put together, with the work that you guys are doing, it's happening with a lot less stress than it used to, I should say.
That's a good
That's
thing.
a great comment.
A lot less energy put
Yeah.
into it.
And I appreciate your comment about the reused materials. I mean, again, maybe that's something that really should be a section looked at in a sort of white paper of whether it would make more sense. You know, I hate to use the example of our recyclable plastics or something from the landfill, but we don't process them here. You know, we ship them to be processed, to be used, and so maybe that's something that, you know, would have to fit into part of the equation as well. There may be other communities where this would be valuable materials. I don't know. We'll have to really take a look.
I know from a personal perspective, I spend every weekend in Habitat shopping for things that have been donated from the trophy houses up here.
Yeah.
And I just went out to the landfill the other day and got some studs out of the shop and swap that they do have, a small area that
Yeah.
they have, drop off materials to do some blocking in my walls where I had to patch some drywall. So I think that we have some people that could
Yeah.
and would take advantage of some of the materials that come out of these trophy houses in our smaller areas.
Yeah.
And so
I
we're
mean, that's what we
fortunate.
have. It's just something to take a look at, because
Definitely.
it could be that, things sit on the shelf for 120 days, and if they haven't sold, boom, you have
Right,
to
ship
make
them out.
room, you're only gonna have so much space anyhow. But it's just something to look at the dynamics on that. But thank you, Dennis, I appreciate that.
Those are good comments, thanks.
I remember Dennis coming to a Club 20 meeting once to explain our REMP code to the Energy Subcommittee. And talking about these are factors and equations.
Blank stares there.
We're about to get there.
Okay.
All right, windows.
Oh, yeah, Charlie, please.
Things, I want to make sure it's clear about the adoption of the 2015 Energy Code and what that means. There's 5 pathways for compliance when we're adopting this code. I just want to make sure it's not just that prescriptive list of R values that we're looking at. There's other ways of doing it. And to get back to George's first question about the HERS index, I want to make sure you understand how that works, because that's one of the pathways.
You're jumping ahead.
Oh, am I? Okay.
That's okay.
You think-
No,
are
go
you
ahead,
gonna get
go
it?
ahead.
But I just want you to understand that it's a tool to use, that the county and/or city can use to really set a standard or threshold of quality of the product of the building. And we can have a tiered system that can set those thresholds. So, and then Patty, to address your point about the technologies of insulation rising, yesterday I just had a conversation with one of our local insulators and encouraging him to look into a new product. It's a soy-based open and closed cell insulation product, but you can't get it here in the valley.
Oh.
You have to bring an installer clear up from the front range. But so I sent him to the company to see if it makes any sense to get
Great.
exclusive rights on that kind of thing, to bring that kind of technology into the valley. So.
That's great. That's kind of where I was headed with that. Yeah, thanks, Charlie.
Okay.
Continue.
So the next area we just kind of pulled out of the code was the window U values. And here's some areas that I think that we could make a difference. Currently code does not limit the total amount of glazing or windows as long as they meet prescriptive U values. So Boulder put into their program, and once you exceed 18%, you can't use the prescriptive path, meaning that currently if you just said, well, my windows are 0.32, so I've met code, I can have 1,000 windows in my house because they're all 0.32. So they said, no, if you exceed 18%, you need to show us how your house is complying in other ways and performing better in other ways to compensate for the fact that you have a glass house in Colorado. So the code used to
Your neighbor has
have a
stones.
15% cap on glazing before you had to start looking at other offsets. So I think that that's probably something good to offer. That's why it's highlighted in yellow there. It is an area that I think that could be a point where we could make difference. The U value, I bumped it to 0.28 thinking that that's where a 2018 code went, but when I got the true paperwork from their proposal, they're only going to 0.30. And currently,
Which is less than.
the
Oh.
larger a U value, the worse the window, basically. So as you get smaller.
This is higher.
So Core has currently got an incentive in one of their programs for people who put in a 0.28 when we only were requiring a 0.35. So one avenue we could do is to go to where code is going is the 0.30, but incentivize the 2.8, or we could go straight to 2.8 and just make that where we go, knowing that we'll be ahead of 2018 when it's adopted. So.
And let me just ask a question. Is there a big difference in the availability of windows someone can choose when you get to those? Is industry catching up? Can you get the custom shapes that people want in a
That's harder when you get into big fixed windows and some other components or very small windows, that U factor becomes a little bit, and whether they operate or awnings or all those things affect it. For a while, we had a problem with getting the gas-filled ones because it used to be the only way to hit the .28 was to charge it with argon or krypton or some kind of that. I couldn't have krypton windows in my house because I'm Superman, right? No, just kidding.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
But they would charge these with gas, but then they'd come over the pass
Oh.
and lose the gas, or expand the window, or
Shatter it.
yeah, or expand it and shatter it. So
That's what happened with my eye.
we started having some trouble with meeting that U factor, and so now the industry's kind of come up with these flexible diaphragms in the windows that allow for the expansion as it's brought to elevation,
Whoa.
or they charge them at elevation so that there's not that change in the pressures, or they make them in Utah and don't go over the pass, they just come across this way. So
Go around.
the industry's gotten a little bit more creative in
Go over the
making,
pass and
go
use
around the
semi-truck.
passes, don't worry about it. So industry's kind of caught up a little bit there. The problem is you go any farther than .28, you're looking at mandating the gas charge, which is a big upcharge. You're looking at maybe triple pane windows instead of the double pane windows. So we're hitting that ceiling again of how far can we push and how much farther will we be able to push before industry has to totally catch up and change. So
Steve, and then George?
Yeah, I was gonna say, we need to have the standard, something that's readily available. I know Amory Lovins uses triple pane argon-filled windows, and I was curious what the U value of those would be.
you can get down to like 22 with those kind of windows.
22.
But to mandate that, you're
But to
really
mandate for everybody to use that, and, maybe someday that will be the industry standard, and then we could upgrade our
probably will be.
standard to that.
definitely.
But if we started requiring everybody to use that right now, and they can't get it, or the cost is so huge, then that would be a tough one to impose on builders.
So if you look at a U28, that's the reciprocal of the R value. So you're looking at what probably the equivalent of an inch of insulation, basically, is how much that glazing is either stopping from passing through or losing that heat or that energy being expelled through that window. So, so even if you go to that high of a standard, you're barely getting above a 2x4 framed wall without any insulation in it at all, as far as an equivalency in R values.
Well, I think that what you're really kind of seeing with the Build Smart is to say that you can't use a prescriptive path if you have more than X many windows because of that very aspect that you're pointing out. And so I think that that is where, it might make it very reasonable to increase that. I don't know if 18 is the right amount, or maybe it should be more, maybe it should start at 15, that you have to do more offsets if you're more than 15% glazing on the surface, because then they could choose the offset of going to the 3-pane argon charged windows, or they could generate more power as well.
So you're saying you could go to the 0.3 versus the 0.28, depending upon your maximum percentage of glazing, so we could have this.
Yeah, it could be a path
You're
that
gonna do
they
X,
could
you can
choose.
do Y, you're gonna do A, you have to do B, or something.
That's a good approach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
George?
Yeah.
But you don't
It's how
take into
complicated.
account if those homes are using drapes or blinds that add insulation.
True. We could also have incentivized or mandated screening or insulated drapes or curtains or whatever. I mean, those are things that those people could be required if they
Well, I'm
exceed the
saying require- I'm
percentage.
just saying that rather than have a 15% required offset,
Mhm.
if that homeowner is also utilizing a drape or blind, then perhaps they don't need to have an offset because they're actually probably increasing their R value without having to increase
Rachel?
I have a comment on this.
the R value of the window.
True.
Well, I have a comment, I think it's similar to Patty's. I understand what you're saying, and I really have to harken back to thinking of Jack Hatfield when he was on the board. We were talking energy codes, and he talked about some of the homes that he managed, and that while they may be building smaller or they may be hitting REMP when they build, that the sheer number of new heavy electric appliances within the homes we're creating really a lot of demand. You can put a lot of energy consumption in a very small box anymore. And I was thinking about that a little earlier. But what he's getting at there is that there's a lot of things you can't control that are not compulsory. So I would hate to mandate curtains, and they get their CO with curtains, and not mandate, but I mean, just.
I wasn't suggesting.
Okay, and I know, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used that word. But getting credit somehow for we're planning on putting up curtains.
Yeah.
Well, the next owner might take them down, that owner might take them down as soon as they're put up, or they might never close them, especially if the home's only occupied for 2 weeks a year and they want the sunlight for the plants and nobody's coming in at night, and it's cheaper just to crank up the heat and keep the curtains open and give plants get the sunlight. So, I mean, I don't want to depend on someone achieving their compliance value on things that are optional at best of use. And I don't say that because I know people who just have never installed curtains, even though you could tell them that is the first thing you can do to save energy in your deed restricted apartment is to put up curtains, and they don't. I don't know why, you know, people like the sunlight or whatever, or even in my little place I got curtains for privacy as much as anything. Actually, it's a blind. It has no R factor whatsoever. You know, it goes up and down. It's thin gauze, and you know, I'm sure it doesn't do much of anything. And so I would just have problems with things that, again, can be removed immediately. It's just, we don't want the Volkswagen diesel test zone, you know, passing of our inspection because they can turn on and turn off the air pollution controls, you know. So I want to watch out for that. I don't know if that was
That's
similar.
what I was gonna say, yeah, when are they open, when are they closed?
Yeah.
I would also like to focus on the envelope and the things that are being built instead of components added on afterwards. If they add the drapes, great, they've only improved the performance, but if we could focus on the envelope. And also, whenever I think about a code adoption or what we might enforce, I want to make sure it's enforceable. I don't want to throw out things that are going to be easily kind of skirted around or changed as soon as my taillights hit the bottom of the driveway, because it's a relationship with the contractors and the owners that we kind of have to build a trust in a cooperative effort to kind of meet these goals. And when we start putting too many above code options on top of all that, it gets just harder and harder to maintain that relationship.
Yeah, I'm going to apologize. We are not going to get through all this.
Oh, sorry. It's a great discussion,
It is a
though.
great discussion. We have to have it thoroughly. I'm sure you're taking
Well, I
notes.
would rather have 3 meetings and discuss it thoroughly then.
I agree thoroughly.
This is very interesting.
So are we good with the ideas on the windows? We can move on to the next section?
Yes.
Okay. Air sealing and indoor air quality. If you go through, Build Smart had some mandates. We actually, with our old code adoption and the current code adoption, had some mandates for blower door testing and air sealing inspections. Those things are still in the 2015 code. There's not much more we need to do those. The things that we were talking about, and Cora's mentioned a few times too, the third-party testing component, and the next slide also deals with breaking that down a little farther. But we could either mandate or incentivize or certain ratings for certain size houses. That's what Build Smart did, was that if you exceed a certain threshold of a size of a building, then your HERS rating requirement or your energy rating requirement became more strict. And so that's something we can build into this, is that tiered kind of component where the more impact you're making, the more offsets and the more changes you need to make sure that you're in just as good a compliance as that smaller home. So indoor air quality, things like BPI, which is Building Performance Inspection or Analysts, they have certain requirements that once you exceed a certain level of tightness in your blower door, you mandate the mechanical ventilation. Currently, code allows natural ventilation to be an option for meeting your air changes and your air quality requirements. The problem with that is in a climate like ours, are you really going to open the windows in the middle of the winter to make sure that you have the right amount of air mix? So there is some discussion of the requirement for mandating a certain amount of outside air be introduced into the home, and so that there is not that reliance on someone opening their window in the middle of winter. So that's kind of the big focus of this particular slide, is indoor air quality and going into the discussion of the third-party testing. Do we mandate? Do we incentivize? Do we have a tiered basis? Those are the big discussion questions. And do we base that on total overall consumption of a property? We talked about having a BTU budget and talked about how much of an impact a home makes. If it's a 5,000 square foot house, should we have a standard of what that looks like? And you exceed that standard, now you start paying into REMP, or now you start doing offsets. If you're at 10,000, we set a standard for that. Are there different offsets that come into play as you increase the size of a home? So those are the big discussion kind of questions that can come from this.
I just want
George?
to, one of Rachel's points, I just go back as we're going through this, because what we're trying to do is obviously come up with some standards that are going to reduce energy use through
Right.
the building codes. But as Rachel mentioned earlier, how many homes, large homes, have large screen TVs in every room,
Mhm.
computers in every room?
Mhm.
I mean, all these other additives that utilize tremendous amount of energy.
Mhm.
So there's
It's a tough,
It's a tough one. You know, what's turning the dial the most on a lot of these homes is the so-called low voltage systems. It's their alarm systems and their inside music systems and their all of these components that are running at 50 volts or less, but they're the biggest energy draw. Those they have
They're constant.
cooling,
They add up.
they're constant running systems because they want to be able to dial in from back home wherever that is to check on their house here in Aspen.
So the way to, and this becomes maybe a later conversation when you're dealing with rent, because now Holy Cross with their smart meters has a way to really zero in exactly how much energy one is using. And if we could, of course, there's some privacy restrictions in terms of getting access to the
Correct.
information. But if we could try to find a way to get more accurate use of energy through all these other incidentals that go far beyond in terms of just meeting the building code, which is going to be great, but and we do that through some measure through swimming pools and
Mhm.
heated snow melt driveways, but it doesn't take into account what's inside that house and these large homes that have multiple kitchens and multiple freezers. I mean, just the list goes on and on and on, right?
Mhm.
Can I-
Correct.
Patty?
do they make, I'm gonna ask Cora this, do they make a sub-zero freezer that's energy efficient?
I don't think so.
Sub-zero?
I don't
No,
think
I
they
don't
have these
Because I
types
know
of-
these houses, that's the big thing, you put in sub-zero
Yeah.
freezers.
Well, there is an energy efficient commercial refrigerator that is on the market that has a glass door that's actually a residential application. I just don't know how many people actually
Yeah.
use them.
I mean, George's point is so well made. I mean, it comes down to even your blinds are all on timers and they come up and down and it's all electrical and when you have a big house with lots of those, that's a huge, I mean, these energy draws that you don't even think about that are on all the time in these homes. I mean, I'm always switching stuff off and I have little minimal energy use in my house, but I can see the difference it makes in my bills.
Yeah. you
Not
know,
having my children live there with all their computer stuff has made a huge difference.
I'd like to see us investigating ideas along the lines of a smart meter. Not all of our residents are obviously in Holy Cross, but if you got, and I know we're moving away from a point system, but if you got points for using an energy smart, or that was part of your path, that was part of a prescriptive path that you were following, or that was something, maybe some things, if you're out of range and you're not going to be able to use the prescriptive path, there still are certain elements you must have in your Chinese menu
Mhm.
to
Exactly.
obtain your CO. And so perhaps finding a way that kind of incentivizes using that energy smart meter, and then with some sort of, I hate to say it, but I go back to this house size, that there should be some energy standard for a house size, and if you're going to exceed that, you offset it and try to look at that. But it's very hard for me to imagine, and I don't know if we'd want to look at prototypical house designs or get some information, but it's hard to imagine building a spec home for 8,000 square feet, or a spec home for 5,600 for that matter, that wouldn't include all the bells and whistles. And if it's doing that, we know it's going to consume more energy by its nature as a second home, as a spec home.
Mhm.
And so I think that we should look at both house size and then how else we can track it in the future and how that could be upset. I also don't know if there's any sort of, I hate to say reach back, but if you've certified a home at X amount of energy use in 2016 and through a metering program, whatever, you know, it's exceeding that by, 200%, is there an additional contribution due later? I'm not going to argue around the margins, oh, it's 25-30% more than we thought it would be, but if the interior use is that much more, maybe building in a little extra capacity in the initial offsets is more appropriate than a reach back, but if we're trying to create a standard, we're trying to get to net zero, we're trying to fight climate change, we have to look at those sort of things.
And the occupant is a big variable in setting a standard, because how that house is used, especially here in a ski area where people certain times of the year rent it out to 20 people using their house, and those kind of things would have to be factored into our standards that we set, because we've got a very unique environment for sure, and a unique location that I don't think industry is going to have a great set standard for us to just pull out of a book and use to establish what the standard home in Pickens County should be using. I think we're going to have to build that from scratch. But I think if we set a good standard, there is ways that we could look at measurement tools and how we could do that. Also, like the Chinese menu idea that you said, we could also have, if they exceed this performance or if they exceed certain things or a different tier, we could have them have maybe a 12-item menu list that they can pick and choose from how they're going to work on establishing.
Yeah.
Instead of a point system, maybe a pick and choose mandate system.
Yeah.
That.
And some of these, you must include 3 from category A.
Yeah.
Such as the energy smart meter, and then you can include your choice on these item Bs, to add up to it. Okay.
Definitely.
So we got about 5 more minutes if there's
Oh,
anything
goodness.
particularly how you want to wrap it. No, don't worry, we will.
And we don't have much on future agendas if you
So
want
we
to spend
can go a little bit
of time.
longer. Okay, thanks, John.
Oh, good. So given the next slide, it goes into the discussion about the third-party testing and inspection. And I think that a lot of that, if we did have the tiered approach, could be pushed towards setting a number for a HERS rating or some kind of energy rating, the LEED or the E-Star, or even the Passive House and some of those other options that are out there, could be things that as you build a house of a certain size or energy consumption of a certain level, you start having to go into one of these programs, or you have to do better in one of these programs than our normal standards if we set typical standards. So I think there's a place that we can take advantage without putting too much burden on current staff. We could look to the private sector and look to the third-party evaluators and testers to aid us in that enforcement and that tracking. And I think that too, CORE would be willing, as I wrote in a couple places, they've gotten back to me and said that they would be willing to maybe incentivize and help with the training of these third-party people to establish, who we would have out there doing that work and kind of ride herd over those auditors and raters, so that's another component that the building department doesn't take on is who establishes the ground rules for those third-party people. So that's the main part of this. HERS, BPI, building performance, I don't know what the I is. Inspection, LEED, we've heard.
Institute.
Building Performance Institute, that's right, that's the approval, the certification group, that's right. I've got one of those certs, I should know.
Maybe not anymore.
I think it happened.
We're calling it now.
Yeah, I haven't let it lapse, but I am a BPI analyst. LEED, E-Star, and the Passive House. I looked into Passive House just to see what that even is. It came out of Germany, and it super insulates the walls to like R50, and the roof is like 60 or 80, and then they have minimal windows, and they have only specific orientation that they'll even allow those windows in, and they're generally fixed windows, not even operable, because they meet their ventilation through mechanical, and then they try to do as minimal of a mechanical or electrical system to only bring that place to a comfortable temperature through its passivity, just through how insulated, and so that is such a unique option. There's only been one case that I saw in Colorado that they were able to actually obtain that certification. So but I just threw it out there because it's something in the Build Smart program, and it's just another pathway to compliance, as Charlie was saying. These are in the building code now in the category of energy rating index, and you have your options of HERS or some other modeling program to meet the intent of the energy code.
When would the inspection happen? I mean,
The third
that's
party?
When does the inspection, third-party testing and inspection happen before a home is given the CO, after the CO, after it's lived in?
The good programs have a whole compliance path where there's a plan review component that they have to submit their proposed design to the plans examiner, who reviews it and says, okay, you meet our energy code requirements because you are going to do such and such and such. Then there's checkpoints where they have to check the insulation, they have to check different categories, the air sealing, the building tightness, the blower door testing, the commissioning of equipment, and all those things throughout the building of the property. And then a better program, I think HERS has actually improved to the level of there's checkbacks. LEED used to give these platinum standards and these awards to these buildings, and then their first year of occupancy and performance, they would fail miserably, and they'd have to come in and totally revamp the systems and start over again, because what looked good on paper and in the design phase didn't work out in actuality with the occupants actually in there and overriding the
Okay.
automated systems. So I think that would be an important factor for us to write in if it's not already available. So,
Okay. Yeah, that's, gets pretty invasive if somebody's already in their home.
yes.
And that's where an Energy Star, smart meter might really be part of the longer term solution on that. George, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. So if we were going to have a private sector staffing to do something like that, there seems like there's an opportunity for homeowners, for prospective buyers and sellers, for existing homes, to be able to access, not mandatory, but be able to access this information. So prior to buying a home, they'll have a better idea in terms of how it's currently being evaluated from energy savings and what may need to happen to upgrade it.
Mhm.
So, because that's probably similar to where we're requiring homes reselling to have septics tested.
A use permit.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say this would be mandatory, but it's an opportunity to educate homeowners and give them those tools if they want to upgrade or understand the deficiencies or the efficiencies of the home that they're looking at purchasing. And that's working with the real estate community, it would be a real help in that regard.
I think that would too encourage the remodels, the people that were going to remodel to address their home. If they know they're going to want to sell or they just purchased something, and there's ways that they can improve the performance of their house because they know.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. And that's a great idea, George, because it really would let somebody know what they're buying.
Mhm.
And that, boy, if you really want to remodel that kitchen and this room, it's going to trigger more than just carpentry work.
Mhm. No, that's great. So we ready to move on to the next slide?
Well, on this one, I have to say, I'd have to get some sort of cost ideas.
Mhm.
What are we jumping into there
Definitely.
for our third-party inspectors?
And that's something that once we kind of narrow down where we're headed and that chosen pathway, we could really go back then and look at the cost impacts and the financial side of things. When we went from the APEC to the 2003, I did a whole analysis and breakdown of kind of what the percentages would be increased on going from a certain window type to another window type or increasing that R value. So we could kind of do the same kind of study behind this and say, okay, these are the chosen items. Now let's look at the financial side of that and where that takes us and takes the contractors and the built community and what the impacts we're looking at. Because that's going to come up. A lot of things, the decisions made by ICC and other groups is the National Home Builders Association gets very involved and says, wow, that's going to cost us this much more per building, per unit every time we build something. So it's always good to have that information, and definitely we'll have to help provide that for sure. So the other compliance paths already in code are prescriptive, which just means there's a minimum U value or R value, and you just hit it with every component you put into the building. The UA compliance trade-off path is another method. It just converts everything to a U value, basically your walls, your wall assemblies, your roof assemblies and everything, and you take that into a modeling system. Now ResCheck is kind of based on that type modeling. There's the energy rating, which is an allowed path that we talked about. Simulated performance is just a modeling program like ResCheck or some other method for putting in a standard model and comparing it to where your house is. And again, as we talked about Boulder's issue with the fact that they changed their R values, all of a sudden ResCheck became a path that wasn't really available unless somebody would go in and actually manually override the R values and put in a overridden U factor for the trade-offs. So no big decision points here if we want to move forward.
Any more questions on that? Because I think we are going to need to bring it to an end now.
Okay.
Just so we can get on to our future agendas. And we will work with John to schedule a follow-up and any additional items or thoughts you guys would like to bring back to us from the discussion we've already had.
Okay, great.
And grassroots, we're going to take about a 3-minute break and then we'll go on to future agendas.
Thanks, guys, this was a great start.
Sorry it's so much, but there's a lot to look at.
Should we expect anything?
Just a few quick items for you. July 5th, next week, we'll probably be shortening the airport update. And the exec session, which is currently scheduled for 2 hours, we're still working on items there, so the timing of that may change.
Just check the timing before we
And
come
Phyllis
in.
will be the manager on duty
And-
That's right, you're gonna
at
be
that
gone.
time.
I will be gone, yeah. So Phyllis
that
will
with
be
such sorrow.
at that meeting, yeah. I'm very sad. July 12th, I will also be gone. The item that looks like it may move off of that agenda and would shorten up your day would be the Valley Health Alliance update. It looks like we scheduled over Kathleen's vacation potentially there, so we may just move that back
Okay.
to a later meeting. And then I think the board should have seen already that the EOTC meeting was confirmed for the 21st. Rachel, you will not be there. We are chairing that meeting, so.
Will Michael be here? I think he's gonna be gone too.
I
He's gonna
I
be-
can't remember what Michael had said.
He's gonna be gone the same time you're at NACO.
That's fine.
Then
Yeah.
George will chair.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So it'll be three of us at least.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
And then,
Let's change it.
you know.
I was just kidding, George.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. And then this evening, of course, you saw the agenda with the three entities is pretty packed. There's going to be, I think tonight is mostly going to be updates and kind of brief discussions on topics after we got through what everyone wanted on. It's structured pretty similarly to what we had talked about when we did our prep. I think there are a few more items added, like the just kind of child care updates
Sorry, I wasn't
and those
at
sorts
it.
of things that Eagle County and Basalt wanted to talk about. So I think they're going to be kind of more of a series of kind of brief updates. There's not a lot of time on the agenda for a lot of conversation.
Yeah, I was surprised when I saw this working with Don. I mean, and we all know they're great topics of common interest, but I think part of this is going to be getting to that 5:15, 5:30 next steps and closing thoughts to really suggest what should be the priority items we work on during our next joint meeting, and try to bring that forward or see what people's thoughts are on that.
And probably to have a better understanding of whose roles and whose responsibilities, you know,
Okay.
who, you know, where we may play and where we may not be able to play. I mean, that's, you know, they may be coming to us, I'm assuming, with sort of their typical hands out, so.
I think the way I've understood the meeting tonight is that, Eagle County did some survey work and focus groups Mid-Valley, and they're wanting to share the outcomes of that. There's no question, though, that at the end of the day, George, you're right, there's going
Right,
to
so
be
they have
a
to
resource
understand,
question.
sort of what our philosophy is.
Yeah.
Land use code and things like that.
Absolutely, yep.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. I mean, as much as anything, we have to deal with the question of capacity and resources among all our boards, and we're stretched right
Yep.
now. We all know that.
Is it gonna be filmed?
It is actually Eagle, it's not going to be, we're going to get a DVD that we can.
Because I'd like to see
But
that.
it will be
first.
filmed, yeah.
Okay, and then, so we have the RAV4 reserved. How many people are we going to have in that car for today?
That, I'm probably going to go down separately because I'm going to stay for later items.
Okay.
Are the four of you guys?
I
well,
need
I'm at the
to,
election.
on a ride down with whoever, I need to pick up my car at Old Snowmass and just take it to
Okay.
Basalt, because I have to do errands in Basalt afterwards.
Okay, so
I
that's
could
no
drive
problem.
with John or with.
And then, George,
RAV4.
will you be carpooling with us?
down to Basalt.
Down to Basalt?
I will be at the election.
Okay, so you're not going to come down at all
I'm
on it,
working
and
the
you could get the
So,
DVD?
2
Okay.
to 3 in the car.
Okay, that sounds good. And do we know, is Michael joining us after Ideas Fest for that part? No,
I don't
probably
believe so.
not. Okay, great. Anything else? Anybody else have any items on future agendas? Patty?
Real quick, on the 13th at the regular meeting, Would it be possible to move item 5 and 6 to the end, under 10 and 11? Move Kurt Dahl, both of his items down, because Rachel and I will both recuse ourselves on the smuggler, so it makes more sense for those to be at the end. If we remember, if it's no big deal if it's forgotten, but,
Yeah, either that or at the very beginning.
yeah, because we'll probably take a break after that, so it'd be perfect timing. And that's the only thing I have.
Yeah, that's a good thought, Patty, thank you for that. Did anybody else have any? George?
John, on the, for the prep for the ELTC on July 21st, we've got a schedule for July 19th. Is that enough lead time to be able to provide our input to the other two entities?
No.
No, so we should move that up so the other entities know at least our input.
Why don't we try and do that on the 5th?
You won't be here.
You won't be here.
That's okay.
You know, hold on one second here, because I realize that when we're prepping for meetings with other counties or other municipalities, it's okay, what do we want to talk about? I've always thought our prep on EOTC was kind of responding to our thoughts and discussing among ourselves about the agenda and the items that have been put together for that meeting. And on Tuesday the 5th, we will not have that agenda or the packet ready to discuss. And so, I mean, we could do twice and then have a discussion of
I think we should
items
do it
we'd like to
twice.
see on that agenda, but until I see the packet and the numbers and the things that come up, you know, it's really hard to discuss.
Well,
You're thinking.
My concern and my point has always been that the agendas have come to us that are staff-driven, without our input and direction, discussions that the elected want to see. And so I want to try to reverse that and rather have a staff-driven agenda than it should be the elected-driven agendas.
Okay. I can agree with that. I just wanted to kind of separate those two elements of it. And so perhaps, you know, to the 12th, I think would be a better day than the 5th. You already said you're going to take a few things off, like the Valley Health Alliance. And that would give us more time to really
right.
talk about agenda items and what we'd like to see on that meeting. And it'd give you time to talk to John Kruger and see if they do have any agenda items that they know are going to be on it. I mean, I guess checking with John Kruger first. I don't want the packet to come out before the 12th and then the agenda set, and I don't want, you know.
Yeah.
We should be pretty well prepared there because this meeting was moved. So the agenda, the proposed agenda topic should have been
Should just move
prepped
with-
for
okay.
Let's see if
whenever
he's
it got
got a copy
canceled,
of the old
16th.
agenda, so.
So,
Okay.
but I'll have Brian, I'll notify Brian and we'll get that. And then if we need follow-up time to prep any issues before, I think you're right, Rachel, for the final agenda, we can always schedule that time.
Perfect. Okay, so just to be clear, we're going to see what the current agenda is and keep the date on the 19th in case we need more work, or move something more to
I think we're going to move it to the 12th. That way, if there are proposed changes to the agenda or topics that you guys would like to see, we have time to run those through with the other organizations.
Okay, does that work, George?
Yep.
Okay, great.
The other thing I have, John, is I'd still like to have some time, probably wouldn't take long, but a debrief on the Ride of Rockies
Oh, yeah.
for the Rio Grande, and probably have Mike Kramer come in and John Armstrong come in.
That'd be good, thank you. And anything else?
Thanks.
Okay. Steve, did you have any future agenda items?
While we're talking about bicycle events, there's been a couple other things that have used Capitol and Snowmass Creek roads, and maybe we could have just an overview of all the bicycle events that use the Rio Grande and the county roads, just to make sure everybody's, you know,
Yeah,
get a breakdown on how they went. Are there any problems? Because there seem to be more and more all the time coming up our direction.
yeah.
And all of a sudden the signs are just there, but without us having
Just
talked
the
about
local
them.
bike races or something, or
They may be.
just multiple miscellaneous events?
The latest one was called Ride for the Child.
Well, we'll just find out from Mike Kramer
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
Sheriff's Department about the
What
other
else is
events.
going on?
You know, I tell you, the Tuesday Cruisers, I think it looks like a really fun event in town, but when I've been going home later in the evening, just all sorts of bikes on the roads with no reflectors and no headlights.
Crazy.
That is the biggest concern.
Those are the
You
ones
know,
that end up at Molly Gibson Park?
or wherever they end up, I really don't know, but
They
you
are
know,
loud and rocking.
it's kind of like you're supposed to be able to use the road and follow all motor vehicle rules. That includes lights and reflectors, and that's getting to be more and more of a problem in my mind. Okay, anybody else have anything on future agendas? Okay, the one thing I would request is that to the extent people start knowing of any fall vacation plans or commitments, travel, let John know so that when he's putting together his budget presentation
Oh, yeah.
schedule in the
I'm gonna
fall, we
plan
know when
something
we're gonna have a
to
full board. So we'll kind of keep that as current as possible. I know I have some travel coming up in September. I'm going to be missing, where is it? The work session on the 20th. I've already given Don that date, and I believe I'm going to miss the work session on November 22nd with a family Thanksgiving. And so we'll just have to see how many other schedules coincide with
I
those
might be
things.
gone for Thanksgiving too, so.
Yeah, I think this year we're probably not going to try to have that Tuesday meeting. So, okay, I apologize, we were running a little late. I imagine you're Patricia?
Yes.
Why don't you come on up to the table here? And what is your son's name?
That's Samuel.
Hi, Samuel. Thanks for being so patient while your mom waited for us to finish our other business. We really appreciate that.
He's on summer break, so.
Oh,
He's
okay.
more than welcome to join us.
Okay.
He's a good boy.
Thank you so much for applying for the Housing Board position. We have one other applicant we're going to be talking to later this afternoon. It always takes us a little while to get everyone together and discuss it, make a decision. So if you don't hear back from us immediately, don't read anything into that.
Okay.
And let me start by introducing our board. This is George Newman and Steve Child. And myself, Rachel Richards. I'm a neighbor of yours over at Hunter Creek Condominiums
really?
in the deed restricted. And Patty Clapper.
And I'm at Smuggler Trailer Court.
Yeah. And then our manager, John Peacock. And well, let me just start with a nicer, easy question. Why would you want to be involved in the Housing Board?
Well, for a lot of reasons, but mainly because, well, I'm an architect by career and training, and also I am a urban designer and planner. So I kind of get like tight-lipped when some things, I see some things that I'm like, oh, well, we should have done this different. And of course, if it wasn't for the employee housing program in town, I don't think I'd be able to live here, which I'm very grateful and for being able to do that. And having said that, I've seen, every year, more and more people trying to get to stay around, and of course, why not? We all love being here. And so I just think I could provide some help and just serve the city in the best way I could, which is, I think, of all the boards, I think this would be the most fitting. And, also help, I don't know to what extent you can make huge changes, but even little ones, especially with the newer housing that's being built and some things that are being missed or not taken into account, and that I hear a lot of people that we're like open house partners. We're all in the same house, open houses every week, so we're all like
Yeah.
have some comments because we're all like, okay, open house. And so it's interesting to hear what people have to say and what frustrations there are, and maybe possibly some solutions.
Yeah, oh, that sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to say, it reminds me a little of myself when I first got into Hunter Creek Condominium. I had a son about that age when I first started getting involved on the Clean Air Board and the Housing Board and moving on from there. So really appreciate your willingness to get involved. The Housing Board doesn't really deal with design issues of units so much as they deal with some of the policies and guidelines, and I think they're in a revamp of that now. I wish they had the planning function back, which it used to have, but that's more in-house within the city. Now, they do seek public comment sometimes, and they may seek comments from the housing board, but you just don't really have a role designing and implementing projects in that same sense, so.
Yeah, but something as easy as like, for example, a couple years back when the Fornell was built, we applied for one of those units. And we got one, but we decided not to take it because there was no closets in the bedroom. So I mentioned that at the housing authority, and they're like, "Oh no, we changed that as a requirement for the next ones that are coming up." So, little things like that. I'm not I'm not proposing that I'm gonna go.
Oh, no, I wasn't.
Yeah, but little tweaks that make a big difference.
Well, and those sort of standards are in the guidelines for new construction.
I don't
so.
think it was before, according to what I was told.
Yeah.
And so it was added in, which was a good thing, because now, I've seen the new ones that are at the ABC, and they have closets. Which is very nice, So little things like that, I think, make a big difference in people's lives, and
They do. No, that's a great example. That's a perfect example of where there is, I was just saying, they don't really pursue land options and things like that, which again, I wish they did. But let me turn it to other board members. Patty?
Yeah, just to clarify too, this position is the joint position, is my understanding. It's the one appointed by both. Have you interviewed with the city yet?
I did already
Okay.
a few weeks ago.
Very good.
Just
Very
to
good.
make sure, and I just wanted to let you know that I really appreciate your being interested in this, and we have lots of great volunteer plans on the county side, as does the city, so we really like it when new faces come before us and apply. So I just want to let you know how much we thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Okay. George?
Yeah, thanks for applying again. Two questions. One, how long have you lived here?
I've lived here for 9 years,
9 years.
with 2 years in between.
Okay, have you served on any other
I have
boards
not.
at all in the community?
No, this is the first time I apply.
And you're familiar with the time commitment?
Yes.
Okay. Steve?
One issue that's happening nationwide as well as in our community has to do with senior citizens or people retiring from their jobs and then either wanting to stay in their housing or to downsize to a smaller house. So that's an issue here with people who are in affordable housing. And they retire, and many of them want to stay, and some people are mad. They say, well, these people should move out and make way for
Yeah, I've
for
heard of.
for people who are still working. So it's an issue, but do you have any thoughts on that and any
And
possible solutions?
I've heard people that complain about that, but I've also heard people that are, their kids are gone and they have been here all their life, but they have nowhere to go. They don't have an option to vacate the 3-bedroom house and go to maybe a smaller 1-bedroom. So maybe, I don't know how or where, but, because the main issue that I see is that there's nowhere to build. So I hear a lot of people say, oh, they should build, but I don't think it's not that that the city or the, employee housing program doesn't want to expand, it's just that land is scarce or unavailable. So that's a tough one, but I think if you give people that are retiring options, good options, where they can be comfortable and just as comfortable as they've been in their home for their whole life, I think it would be a good chance that people would move into these units and make some room if they don't have to leave.
Okay, thank you.
And any other comments you would like to ask us, questions you'd like to ask us, or other thoughts?
Not at this point. I'm sure I'll have some down the road.
Have you attended any housing board meetings or read through the guidelines?
I have, because I had to be in a housing board situation last year. So I've read the guidelines. I wouldn't say cover to cover, but some sections of it, yeah. So, and I did have to come before the housing board one time with my husband, and because we had an issue. We got a unit in Highlands, and it was for employees of Highlands. And my employer's office was there when the lottery happened. And then a bunch of things happened. People were complaining about the lottery and blah, blah, blah. So by the time we were supposed to sign our paperwork, my employer moved into town. So it was so that's why I had to go to the housing board
Yeah.
and do the whole process.
Okay. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
Bad
I have
timing.
one more question. I am
Yeah,
really
go ahead.
curious about the Asinania Pasaje. It
Oh.
was your thesis. Could you tell
Yeah,
a
that was
little
my-
bit about what that is?
Pronunciation, Steve.
Well, when I was done with architecture school, you have to do, it's more of a graduation project. And so I've always had a little knack for downtowns, especially central plazas and all that. So I did, there's, in Guatemala City, there's 2 of those buildings that are beginning and maybe late 800s, beginning of 1900s, and they're just beautiful. But they have gone into misuse, and they're just being used by vendors, storage, and stuff like that. So I did a proposal to bring it to be back to where it was, which was housing and commercial. And funny thing, because after I graduated, came to the States, did my grad school, and went back to Guatemala, I met a person that was the owner of the other one next door to it. And so they hired me to do a plan for that one, so we did a little, mostly aesthetical restoration of that one. So it was really interesting how that happened, because that first one was fictitious, and then the second one was actually real.
So it's kind of a restoration project, but then also repurposing the building back to a
Back to
better
where it
use.
was, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah,
That's
your
interesting.
educational pathway is very interesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's long.
Well, again, thank you very much for your time, and we'll do our other interview this afternoon, and then see if there's anyone else in the queue, and then we'll be making a decision and get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you very
Well,
much.
Thank you. Nice to meet everybody.
Thank you for coming, Betty.
Yeah. What grade are you in, Samuel?
Second, I'm going into second.
Oh, that's great. That was one of my favorite grades. It's when I've learned how to read. Really.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lunch?
Yeah, do you guys want to go into a special meeting and exec
Yeah, and
before
then we can
that?
let grassroots go. Okay, and John, I don't have a citation sheet for
There you
this.
go.
Thank you. Let's see. I would like to get a motion to go into executive, well, actually, I'd like to get a motion to have a special meeting for executive session, to go into executive session for property acquisition pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes 24-6-4024A.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to go into special meeting and executive session. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Grassroots, we are in executive session. If you would like to turn off the TV and everything, and we will get lunch and come back and
We'll be
start
back
talking.
at 1 o'clock.
And we'll be back at 1 o'clock. What do we have right up at 1?
Uh,
Thank you very much, everyone, for being here, and thank you to Grassroots for broadcasting our work session. It's Tuesday, June 28th, and it's about 1:07 in the afternoon, and we are going to have the High Valley Farms quarterly meeting with Jeanette Jones leading us off. John, get over in your usual seat. What are you doing there?
Working the crowd, Rachel.
I know, I was going to say, what's going on? We don't have a manager, we don't have an attorney over
You
here.
can come sit over here next to Judge Cookie. You need to have a microphone too.
Yeah,
Did he turn that off?
Yeah.
okay. Great.
Okay,
All right,
ready?
thanks. Go ahead, Jeanette. Thank you.
Jeanette Jones, Deputy County Clerk, and as Commissioner Rachel Richard said, this is the second quarterly meeting for the marijuana medical and retail marijuana licenses for High Valley Farm, which was the direction of the board on September 23rd that we scheduled these get-togethers to review the past odor issue or if any other issues that may have arisen, which staff can say there hasn't been any other issues. We hadn't had any complaints of odor issue since the February 9th meeting until June 15th. And there was an issue with odor in the valley. We're not so sure it was from High Valley Farm, but there was 2 or 3 emails and a couple of voicemails of an odor issue the early morning of February 15th. June 15th. And Brian from Environmental Health is here, and I think he's prepared to go over Kurt's memo. And then we have Mike Woods and Jordan Lewis, Herb Klein, and Johnny, our county attorney, here for the meeting today. So I'll turn it over back to Rachel and Howard.
Okay, well, I'm really not sure what the format is per se, other than we had gotten a really nicely detailed memo about the complaints from Kurt Dahl, our environmental health director, and unfortunately he had scheduled a vacation at this time, so he's not here for further answering of questions. I would like to say this is a work session. We don't normally take public comment during a work session. We have received a few letters, and if we have time that allows, we could take a few public comments. But it seemed to be, at least I caught from the memo, some issues regarding private grows by people within the neighborhood of Holland Hills, which may be causing additional problems. And we did receive one letter from Ann Smock, which I'd like to just mention. She said, neighbors in Holland Hills are pleased that the new charcoal filters seem to be successfully addressing the odor issue for the most part. Apparently, when the filters are changed, there's a brief period of odor emission, which is tolerable. Our biggest concern is that given the expensive nature of the filtering process, High Valley Farms may decide to gradually cut back on their efforts, especially if no one is continuing to monitor the odor or lack thereof. Please maintain your annual reporting process on the odor issues as required and their license renewal. Thank you for your service. So just wanted to put that in the record of what we've received so far. George?
Yeah, I was going to ask John Healy, because one of the letters, at least one of the letters, referred to perhaps some odors coming from some other sites in Holland Hills. And do we know whether the sheriff's department has checked into that, or the legality, or in terms of the number of plants are being grown? Or?
I don't have any knowledge about any follow-up check to any private residences. And of course, if someone is operating under the law, which is to say growing for their own personal consumption and so forth, then it's legal to do so, at least under Colorado law. And the follow-up check on odor usually is not done by the sheriff's department for a complaint of that nature.
So, by Colorado law, for growing one's own product, there's no restriction in terms of the quantity?
There's a restriction in terms of quantity, but it can occur outside. It doesn't need the security and all of the other steps that, for example, Jordan has implemented at his location. And so, as a consequence, if you're near somebody who's doing that is a probability that you're going to smell it or be aware of it.
And then if we can determine that it is actually an issue or a growing issue of concern, can we invoke the nuisance ordinance?
There is the potential for doing that, and I started to explore that a while back, and if the board desires, I can bring that back to the board and see, have a discussion and see if that's something we want to pursue.
Okay. One of the emails, I think from D. Schuler, quoted part, I don't know if it is the law or not, but it says marijuana home growing has to be done in an enclosed locked space and not conducted openly or publicly. Is that actually part of the homegrown state laws?
You can grow it at home. You can't do it out in
A tent?
in an available situation. In other words, somebody can just stroll by your front yard or something, and that would not fly. But as far as being outside with a plant on the back deck, or some other type
12
of
plants in a
arrangement
tent
like that,
for 2 adults?
right, or an outdoor greenhouse situation like that.
So, okay, because it seems that I've been reading bits here and there in other newspapers about communities that allow, well, I guess everyone has to do the homegrown, but coming up with different regulations about either setback from the side yards of where it has to be located, and so not too close to the neighbors, and then even limits, and certainly grow limits within multifamily structures. I know that's not the same as Holland Hills. I just think it would be valuable to look at what other communities have been able to put in place related to the home grows because of the odor issue, whether they're using noise ordinance or nuisance ordinances or anything like that to keep it in line.
Setbacks are an alternative.
Yeah, well, if I'd like to see us look at that, because we definitely have a crossover of issues here between a professional, private sector, commercial operation, which we have a tremendous amount of leeway, regulations, and have placed a large amount of requirements on. And then nearby, we have kind of, anything goes within certain limits. And those are very, I want to see what other types of limits might be appropriate for that. Patty?
Yeah, do we know about that other, was it a medical marijuana that was in the building across the street?
Kurt references in here that, yes, they are still active.
Well, okay, so,
And he uses a picture of the vents coming out of the back of the building.
oh, I saw that.
But that's not our licensed vendor.
No, that's through the state,
That is, yeah,
because it's medical.
yeah.
The other question I had too
Well,
is
it's a caregiver.
caregiver. A
Caregiver.
That's what I meant.
But can't we put odor control requirements on caregiver
I
grows?
think we can.
There's no licensing procedure with local jurisdictions on caregivers. But as George mentioned, there may be other avenues available to us to take a look at odor generation.
Yeah, I think we absolutely should, because, I can't imagine any type of business being sanctioned in such a way that they can just spread an odor over around 100 yards and 20 homes and be exempt from any sort of mitigation efforts.
So can I continue?
Patty?
The other question I have is that there apparently was a small leak in the HVAC system, which was repaired, that could have been attributed to the odor smell on the 15th of June. And that was something, I'm sure now that you've experienced that, you're checking on that to make sure that it doesn't happen again, because now we've learned from experience. So, because we haven't had, it's now the end of June, we haven't had any more issues with odor that have been reported to us, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you read Kurt's report, I think it's pretty clear. You had to put your nose right up against it to even notice it, and it wasn't crossing the property line. So was that odor the source of it? I don't think so, but did we find a pinhole leak? Yes, we found a pinhole leak, and we're probably going to continue to find pinhole leaks throughout time. I mean, it's
Yes, it's part of the
it's a
process.
complicated system, but I think the larger picture is that nothing is crossing the property line. And I think the other part of the picture, which is becoming clearer, is something that I'm glad that even the neighbors are now acknowledging, is that there are these other grows and they are contributing. And it's nice to hear that finally publicly acknowledged, because
We'll be looking into that, I think. But the other thing too, just so everyone knows, when you drive down that section and you're driving with Rachel Richards in the car, she makes you roll the windows down to do an odor check.
Every time.
That's great.
Regardless of the weather condition,
great.
windows are down.
No, it's exceeded even my expectations. So
Well, we're glad to see that we've gotten to this point.
But we all must remember that, even the Pope passes wind on rare occasion.
So, again, we didn't really have as much of a format for this, and we kind of started diving into our questions. I didn't mean for us to do that. Jordan and Mike, if you guys would just like to tell us how it's gone since the last meeting, or how frequently you're changing the filters, or what?
Yeah, we basically, it's pretty straightforward. The odor filtration is, as far as, it's like a sponge. The carbon is like a sponge, and it has a capacity, and you can weigh it. And so that's how we're monitoring it. And there's absolutely no issues with the system. I don't think there's been any issues on as to the best of my knowledge, on changeover days, because everything's ready to go and it just gets switched off when the fans are off. Mm-hmm. And so yeah, I think everything's great. And quite frankly, because of a lot of the changes we've made, we're actually moving a much lesser volume of air in the summertime than we had ever before. So, yeah, there's no issues at all.
So you've developed better protocols to go with the equipment, it sounds like, and the facility itself.
Yeah, it works.
Weather.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I think that we're all seeing that we'd like to look into what can be done further on our part via the state law related to the caregiver facilities and personal grows. Other board comments or questions? Steve?
I was just going to ask Jordan, do you have a periodic inspection of the ventilation and filtering equipment? If one pinhole, and I don't know how you even find a pinhole leak, but could you tell about the procedure and how often you inspect that sort of thing?
We're constantly circulating around the building, and it's part of our daily paranoia. So yeah, that's what we do, and on occasion we'll get up to a mechanical system that's located up on the roof or something, and maybe a duct had gotten a pinhole leak or something. So there are things that are going to happen in any system, but none of this is going to be of any significant impact at this point in time, because everything is so contained. So I think that we're learning about little things along the way, but nothing that's going to have any meaningful impact on the overall odor.
Is there any preventative thing that would, like a coating you could put on that would minimize a further pinhole leak from forming, or?
We're just, this is pretty basic stuff. We're just addressing it as we become aware of, these things. I don't think there's any sort of global approach to prevent. There's a lot of mechanical systems, and we're just, it's part of the process, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm asking the questions about, it's your thing that we're reviewing today.
Sure.
I'm much more concerned about the potential odor from across the highway from you, because those are things that are outdoor, obviously without the carbon filtration system that you have on your operation.
Yeah, I think with us, when something goes wrong, like it'll go wrong in a big way, and if a big fan goes on. But the small stuff, I don't think is, it's almost negligible. I don't think that's even going to make it to the loop road. But we'll address it as it comes up. And for me, really, I'm not sure there's anything more I could possibly do at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. We, again, have some time. I see members of the public here. If you'd like to speak briefly, keep your comments to about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be happy to take public comment. Brownland, you want to?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for making the time for that. So I am now secretary of the Holland Hills Property Owners Association, and we had a board of directors meeting on Thursday, the 26th of May, 2016, in which we did address, this is prior to the June 15th, and I've been out of town,
Okay.
to arrive back late last night, in which we addressed High Country Farms incidents up to that point in time. And everyone agreed that there's been a huge improvement. There had only been noticed a brief smell on Sundays, strangely enough only on Sundays, and it was wondered whether that was a filter changing time. It was agreed that we need to really be more conscientious in properly documenting when people do smell anything. And it's my responsibility to create the account hollandhillsreporting@gmail.com, which I haven't done yet. But I am going to. So if you would like a copy of these minutes for your records, you're very welcome.
That'd be great.
To have them. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's it from me.
Thanks.
You know, one second, I just want to make a comment. You know, as you're developing reporting procedures, it might be helpful when someone notices an odor, if they could, you know, walk in some directions to see, is it coming, you know, I know it's hard to tell, but does it seem to be drifting over from some of those private droves or this building? I was literally at a function in Snowmass a week ago for a reception for our day, and as I'm leaving the reception to come home, I'm like, where's that odor coming from? Is somebody consuming publicly? And we had a meeting not long ago where there's this discussion about the difference between a burning odor when someone's using product versus the growing odor. And they're kind of similar. They're different, but they're similar. And so as you're developing those protocols, it'd be great if it was more than just I was on my deck and smelled it, as opposed to, and it seemed to be coming north or west or some do you have a comment on that?
Yes, you can expect that there's going to be a lot more odor this summer. And guess what? It's not going to be coming from me.
Right.
Because it's going to be coming from all the grows that are in Holland Hills, which are significant in size and have absolutely no treatment. So I expect that there are going to be more complaints, and
Okay. Yeah, no, we appreciate you.
I'll sit here as long as it takes to refute every single one of them.
Yeah, it's okay. We don't need to do
We're gonna try
that.
and
Maybe
work
you
on
can
that.
give us the map the next time of where they all are.
That's not my job.
Okay. But, John, do homeowners associations have powers over the constitutional amendment that allow homegrowns in any way? Or, you know, I know some homeowner associations you can't say no clotheslines, or everyone has to be painted gray, you know. What can homeowners associations
I
do?
bet you'd be hard pressed to find a homeowners association that was that far ahead of the curve to anticipate decriminalization of marijuana that they actually addressed it in their covenants. So, but
Can they
if
amend their
did,
current covenants?
and if there was a majority or supermajority, whatever is required by an association somewhere to amend their covenants, yeah, they could do that.
So
Majority
they
people in
could
Holland
amend
are
their covenants now.
growing.
Pardon me?
They could amend their covenants now.
Depending on the language of the covenants that provide for amendment.
And how you
And
have to amend them.
how you have to amend them. Okay. Well, that would be an interesting exercise,
Yeah.
something to take,
Go for it.
undertake, to get a big grip on that. Additional public comments from folks who've, Mr. Schuler?
I come forward.
Yes, please.
My name is Ken Schuler. Couple things. In March, and I sent an email to Kurt, and I think George, and it was in the morning around 6:30. I was leaving, and I got down to 82, and the smell was there, and it was a snowy kind of change of weather day. And as I turned and I went toward the salt, I couldn't keep the window down very long because of the weather, but it was strong. So when I got to my location at 7, I then called that number, and I didn't hear anything that day. I didn't hear anything the next day. And the next day I sent another message through that number that we have, and I didn't hear anything. Then Kurt called and said he was, at the time he got my request, but he was on the bus going up. 2 days before. And I said, well, I didn't hear from anybody, I didn't know. And then lo and behold, the other fellow, I guess there's somebody that's
Doing the nose test.
monitoring this, he called, and he said, well, he couldn't get down there for, he had a reason. So consequently, it wasn't really timely done. And I don't know if this is what has happened on other ones. I don't, that's the only time I made the call.
Okay.
And so, whatever happened on that. And then also the other gentleman said, well, it's not in his contract to call back or something. I said, well, isn't that a little short-sighted because, we're trying to work this out, not trying to draw lines. And he agreed, he said that'd probably be a good idea, so I don't know if that's another issue, or, I don't even know if anybody ever called that phone number before or after. Then in June, we were out of town, so we missed the last one we know about. But this year, instead of being like an atomic bomb smell, these little odors that we're getting, not the one I was first talking about, but we're figuring it out, because we are a community, we do talk to neighbors, and but we didn't know where they were because it was so strong last year.
Yeah.
We had to give up the premise.
Yeah.
I mean, it was that way.
I can imagine.
And it was
that.
a summer costly for a lot of people that aren't here and don't come here for whatever reason. But that was a tough year to come back from. So we still have that little issue and something in June, but it's nothing like it was before. And I like your conversation about exploring some other options, because as these little growers or big growers, I don't know where the big ones are, but
It's one is in the building that you're trying to sell. I mean, the odor, the exhaust hasn't even
Yeah,
been
let's
addressed.
let
I
him
mean,
finish his comment.
it's insane.
Okay. They're everywhere.
yeah, well, big's a big conversation.
It's the biggest one in the neighborhood. Sorry.
But thanks for that, Jordan. What was I saying? The idea is, I'm glad you're looking at other mediations that can, so you have somebody that's doing something, setbacks, smell, odors, nuisance, whatever you want to call it, to be actively involved, no matter where the license come from, because I understand that the licenses come from the state and not the county.
If they're caregivers, then home grows don't need a license at all.
I understand. But they
still
should be courtesy to a neighbor and smell and odor. That's what you're talking about, which is a great idea. I mean, hopefully this goes somewhere. And I've been when this thing started, I was looking for a skunk, and I had no clue. And Heather pointed out it wasn't a skunk, so I had no clue. But now I'm on the internet and getting a little more savvy about what's going on, because it's going on throughout the state, and we seem to be involved with it a little earlier than others. But anyway, so your actively involvement and continuation is really needed, and get through this thing, because it was overbearing last year.
Yeah, we will not see that again. There are those home grows that will contribute, and people partaking as well. Let me finish the comments if I could.
Oh, sure.
Anyone else who's come to the meeting who would like to add a comment? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board then, and thank you both for taking the time and being here. Steve?
On the incident in March that Kent's referring to, it appears to me we need a better system for, if there is a strong odor like that, one of our staff people, whether it's Ryan, the contractor, to go by, if he can't do it, then Kurt or somebody, some staff person, I think, should go as soon as possible and try to just do the perimeter smell, see which direction the wind is blowing, all those sorts of things, so we have more of an objective report on the conditions, and try to figure out where the odor was coming from. Because if they go by the next day or late that afternoon, conditions are totally different then, and there's no way to determine.
Yeah, Patty?
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that, Steve. It's just that we don't necessarily have staff from environmental health that's on call 24/7 that can jump in a vehicle if they're on a bus, jump off the bus. So we're going to have to
take your time.
Look at that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do I,
Choked up.
you know, I understand there was a problem that
Yeah.
I needed to address, and I think I've done that, but is it my responsibility to fund the monitoring of Holland Hills?
No.
Because I'm doing that now. And I have a problem with that because I don't understand why my dollars are being used to pay for a monitor for problems that I'm not creating.
Well, I think that is perhaps your contention. It's hard for us to know where the odor's coming from when it does come.
There's a big grow in the Holland Hills Business Center, which Mr. Schuler is trying to sell right now. And from my perspective, as a private citizen, if you're concerned about something, there's a really easy answer. You speak to the owner of the building and you can address it. But to come to a public forum and point the finger at somewhere else when you know that there's a problem in your own house or your own business is...
I understand where you're coming from, but I don't want to get into a lot of conjecture.
Sure.
We're looking at a report from something that happened in March.
Sure.
Whether March was from the grow in Holland Hills, I don't know.
Okay.
And they don't know. It may have been, but we are going to continue the monitoring program.
Sure.
We're not going to discontinue that. But I think your point is very legitimate, that if this is about odors coming over to your property from outside of your property, from other people growing marijuana, it starts to paint a very different picture. And all HOAs have to get their neighborhood issues worked out, whether they're going to continue to allow grows, or they're going to find a way to limit grows, or they're going to find a way to make their homeowners who grow mitigate their odor. You know, so, but I understand your
Rachel, my
point.
point was that I'm the one paying for this. And it seems completely unfair that now that we all know that this is not, you know, that this is a
I'm just saying,
bigger
I'm
issue.
not sure that I know that, because I wasn't there on March 15th to tell, was this coming from this facility or that facility? But your point is taken, and that's why we're having these quarterly meetings, so we can continue to refine our processes and hopefully eliminate unnecessary expenses for all parties. But we're, you know, for you, it's been a very long period of time from getting your first permit and moving ground. For others, it's the memory of last summer is still fresh, and this is a little bit of a too short of a time frame to say all's well now. That's why we're having the meetings. But I think that the hostility should be over and gone. It's a bunch of people now collaborating towards solving the same problem. And I want to make sure that everyone knows that we can't be placing blame on the farm here when it's not appropriate. But I'm sure everyone is still looking for answers, and I appreciate your frustration with this. From that last comment before Steve had said it, I also thought that from what we heard from Mr. Schuler is we need to work on a better communication cycle of how quickly is someone called back, who is calling back, and how do we manage that. So we'll work into that at a staff
That's where I was trying to
level.
go before I got choked up.
Yeah, there you go. Where Patty got choked up by the
Well, I choked up.
whole issue. Steve?
In response to your point, Jordan, this is still the first year past last summer, and as I recall, the agreement was to monitor it for 1 year, where you would be paying for that. Beyond 1 year, we might feel like we need to still be monitoring in the Holland Hills area, and that might be on our ticket and not yours anymore. That
No, I know, but
depends on
to my knowledge, I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the time that Ryan or anybody spends is being billed to me. So if he goes to look at something in Holland Hills, I'm getting a bill for that.
He has not, as far as I can tell from this, gone to look at anything in Holland Hills.
Okay.
You might be confusing it with, we said that Kurt Dahl, our environmental health department,
Okay. I stand
included a
corrected.
picture of the
Okay.
vent from the Holland Hills business in our packet, but we have not asked, and I don't think anyone has asked.
Yeah.
You know, it might be valuable for Holland Hills to consider as a homeowners association contracting with the same fellow. I mean, maybe that's a little bit more of a plan, is if you contract with that individual to do the farm and then come up and do your neighborhood, he could probably give you the map of where they are and what's going on in your own backyards. Maybe. I mean, that would be more complete information coming to us for sure, if he was able to say it was on this street, and this street in Holland Hills, and no, we didn't smell anything. I mean, I consider a board thing to chuck into that at some point. I see George's hand up.
I was just going to say, as far as, I agree with Rachel, Ryan has just been hired, paid by you to monitor your site.
Stand corrected, if that's the case.
Well, Holland Hills, I would suggest you hire someone. I would suggest you see if you can change your HOA covenants, and if you can't, it becomes a continuing problem, come back to the county and see whether we can enforce a nuisance ordinance.
And we can take a look at those concurrently as well. I don't think it has to be one or the other.
Right.
You know. Heather, we do have a few minutes if you'd like to comment really briefly. Yes,
No, I only had one comment, which was about the Ryan. I understood from Kurt that Ryan lives in Carbondale, and I just wanted to add that if we're going to have someone monitoring, it has to be someone in closer vicinity to these smells, because it really is difficult. And when I spoke with Kurt one time about these, he said, well, it's hard for Ryan to come up from Carbondale than Kurt is elsewhere, which is what you just mentioned before. But I really think I fully agree that the monitoring system is very questionable. And I'm not accusing this person Ryan, it's just he lives too far away to come up and verify if a smell's been smelled.
Yeah, you know, that's going to be a challenge, you know.
Yes.
We're not going to be housing someone on site
Exactly.
at Valley Farms, and that can be a challenge in every aspect of our community. When someone's garbage disposal backs up in a restaurant in Aspen, they've got to get a plumber from somewhere, and they're probably not living within, you know, a half mile or a couple miles away. So, yeah, it is an imperfect world, but I understand what you're getting at, and I think, isn't the monitoring system set up so that he has specific time points that he checks this facility, as well as on complaint basis? So what I'm saying is that, you know, when you've set something up where someone is looking at it at specific times or variable times, but practically a daily basis, that is significant as well. That should not be undercounted, that if they're not there within 5 minutes of a 1:15 in the afternoon phone call, that's faster service than we could get a sheriff's deputy out to Redstone. You know, we have to be real about what the kind of rural community we are for services. But your point is well taken, and if we can find better communications and better ways to monitor, we should. I think we all agree with that. Any other comments or questions? Again, this is good feedback. It's a chance to keep current with this. Jordan, you have been an industry leader, and I think what you're seeing down in Denver now is a lot of new codes coming along to require things that were approved a few years ago to institute the type of controls that you found were the ones that work. So, you know, it is a growing industry. There are skin knees and, you know, tough spots along the way, but it seems to be getting off into the right direction. So I think that's it, and if there's any other further board comments, we'll move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you for coming up today, and we'll continue to talk to Kurt, and I think the HOA has some work cut out for it.
Thanks a lot.
Good to see her.
Okay.
Let's see where we are.
Yeah, no problem.
I licked one side of it.
Just in case.
Yeah, I'm not sure she's here yet.
Look, they almost look like they're.
Brett, back there?
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, great, okay. I was just wondering if we were ready to move into our next item.
Is this a good time?
Yeah, sure enough.
I'm running out of batteries.
On time for you guys must be a miracle.
Sometimes.
Oh, now, come on.
We get behind, then we catch up again. Okay.
Sure.
All comes out at the end of the day. Well, let me go over the process a little bit. We have had one applicant we've interviewed already.
Yep.
This is a joint position, so I'm not sure, have you interviewed with the city yet or not?
A couple of weeks ago by phone at the Aspen Council meeting.
Okay.
Yep.
Super. And we will do the interview, and then we will not discuss today because we have other meetings. And so I'm not sure when we'll get back to you, I guess is what I'm saying.
That's fine.
It takes a little bit of time.
To be honest, like I said in my interview from Minnesota where I got stuck with some family stuff, I wasn't prepared then, and I'm not now either. I applied and I'm interested, and I would love to get taken on board if there were multiple positions or just one that felt that I was a good fit. I am just so swamped. I barely have time to read the paper and keep up with a lot of this stuff.
Okay.
Like I probably should.
Okay. Have you ever attended a housing board meeting?
I don't know if I have directly. At the APSHA office?
APSHA,
No.
Okay.
But I suppose they're open to the public.
Yes, they are, unless it's executive session.
I mean, the long and the short of it is I take what's in front of me on my plate seriously, and that's gotten to be a little much lately.
It kind of sounds a little like you're withdrawing. I don't want to paint you that way, but if you are, I understand. It is a big commitment. There's a lot of times. There's extra meetings. They're doing revamp of guidelines now.
No, I'm not withdrawing.
Okay.
I just feel like I need to preface that because they threw 3 questions at me, and without having followed the specifics of Centennial, I can't fully answer that.
Okay.
But I would love to if I were on the board and made the time for it, if that makes sense.
Okay. Have you read the housing guidelines? Are you familiar with those?
I am. I just won a spot about a month and a half ago.
Oh, nice. Very good
So,
for you.
yeah.
And how long have you lived in the community?
10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
It's long enough to know what's up. And what skills or talents do you think you could bring to the housing board?
Well, I've been with Sotheby's and now Compass for 2.5 years, so that would be, I think, a big one. I'd also, obviously just like to pull for additional housing and the support of it, given I'm sick of seeing friends move away. So.
Just like on this, so I don't see the connection, because you work as a realtor, how does that relate to looking at affordable housing policies?
Well, I guess they're somewhat similarly related contracts and languages. I could be mistaken, I suppose.
So you definitely would understand then, I think, the cost of housing up here and the limitations of the ability to provide public housing versus the free market, which is a big hurdle for the housing authority.
Right.
And as you know, with your friends and family, people who have to move away because they can't find places to live. It is key. But the revision of the guidelines right now that the Housing Authority is undertaking is a pretty significant, in-depth process. They're trying to review all of the old guidelines that have grown and try and see if there's a way to consolidate so it's an easier system to go through. So, and that's going to be a big tackle for them in this next year or so, we're hoping.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
One of the big issues has always been whether affordable housing should be within the urban growth boundaries of our communities, such as Aspen, Airport Business Center, BOCC, or should it be outside the urban growth boundaries? And that's an issue of preserving rural character and many of the other amenities of Pickens County. Do you have a feeling about whether the urban growth boundary issue is as important as it used to be, or maybe more important because of the pressures?
Right. I think its expansion should certainly be considered. Yeah.
I understand. It's a challenging question, as I said. It's one how many angels can dance on the head of a needle.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve?
It's been mentioned, the possibility of adding more affordable housing units on Hunter Longhouse property as well as on the Independence Place property. What's your thoughts about putting 2 or 3 more units in that neighborhood there?
I think it's a possibility. I suppose it just comes down to parking, really.
Yeah, good point. Both those places are pretty restricted.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for us or comments, things you'd like to add?
Not specifically at this time.
Okay. Well, thank you for applying. And also, I guess we usually ask applicants, are there any other boards you might be interested in serving on if this was to go to anyone else?
I suppose, maybe something like zoning. Yeah, I don't.
Planning and zoning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, be great. Be great to have you somewhere involved in the county.
Yeah.
Thank you again
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Yeah.
And appreciate it. And we'll, as I said, we'll get back to you after we've had a chance to discuss.
Great. Thanks. Thanks for
Sounds
coming.
great.
Any other applicants? to
Thank you,
review?
guys.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're getting caught up again on the schedule, which is always a good thing.
A question, John. Do we get recommendations from city council, or how does that work?
We
Because
kind of
it's a-
haven't wanted that in the past,
We
because
haven't
then it
wanted it.
seemed like we were a spoiler, because they've already picked somebody and told us. But I was surprised we didn't see Cindy or someone from the housing office, who usually, as the liaison to the board, comes for these interviews.
Yeah,
It may have
either
been,
one.
with all that was going on the third floor for a while, it wasn't scheduled up right.
Yeah,
I forgot
and-
what the process was at all.
Yeah, and me too.
Yeah, frankly, we've got some work to do in that process, and, I think when you get to your appointment discussion, we may talk about that some more.
Okay. Great, well, let's ask, should we just move ahead, and maybe get a little extra time at the end of the day, with the facilities financing?
Yeah, and I see Tom Oken here. I'll go ahead and kick it off. When we talked about budgeting for the facilities project during development of the 2016 budget and 5-year plan, we had presented to the board that there were 2 different options for financing our facilities projects. One is certificates of participation, the other is financing through revenue bonds. And in our budget process, we had budgeted towards using certificates of participation, and there were a few reasons for doing that at the time. One, certificates of participation tend to carry a little bit higher interest rate, so they were a conservative way of looking at our budget. And second, we were in, and continue to a certain degree, to be in a pretty uncertain interest rate market. And so one of the things we had talked to the board about was that in an uncertain interest rate market, you may want to issue sooner rather than later, because you may face the risk of interest rates increasing. But what we committed to during the budget was to come back to the board as we got closer to project implementation, to talk about what we're seeing with both of these financing options for building the new building, and we could get direction. There's no need to make a decision today, but staff is looking to start the dialogue as we committed to during the budget process, and see if we can get direction on whether the board is more comfortable with issuing certificates of participation, which can be locked in more quickly, or taking the time to look at a revenue bond, which would require voter approval, and carries with it, some risk that things change in the interim between being able to do the certificates of participation or revenue bonds. And so with that, I know Tom's been doing the work to look at what the difference is between the two. I think I'll turn it over with that intro.
Sure. So, yeah, we had our financial advisor run a comparison using rates that are quarter of a point, I think I used, or maybe a half point above the current market at the time. That time was a little over a week ago, and since then, interest rates have dropped. So, rather than actually forecasting an increase in rates, we would probably come out better than what's shown here. But basically what it comes down to is so we ran about a $20 million financing over a 30-year period. That budgetarily is about what we need to make budget, what was included in the budget for debt service. So the difference between the two is about $30,000 more per year for certificates of participation versus sales tax revenue bonds. And so over the 30-year life, that's $900,000, quite a chunk. And even if you discount that to a present value, it's close to $550,000 in present dollars. The difference between the two. So that's really significant. The reason certificates of purchase are more expensive is really what they are is they're certificates of participation in a lease purchase agreement. So it's a more complicated structure than sales tax revenue bonds. Sales tax revenue bonds, we take our existing sales tax and just ask the voters if we can pledge that revenue to repayment of the debt. And so we have a revenue source there that is more than 8 times the amount of annual debt service. That's looked on very favorably. High credit rating for that. And so better credit is one of the reasons you get a lower interest rate there. But due to the complexity in the certificate of participation approach, the lease purchase, there are other costs that are higher besides just interest. A lot of it is on the setup side, in that you have to basically pledge a property, lease back a property that you currently own, whose value is exactly equivalent to, well, pretty closely equivalent to what it is you're borrowing. If you pledge a property that's worth too much more, then, you know, the lease payments are too low. You have a compulsion to make those payments. And the reason this doesn't constitute debt that requires voter approval is because you can walk away from that lease at the end of any year. Of course, you give up the property. So if you're giving up a property that's worth much more than what you're leasing it for, actually the state Supreme Court has ruled that no, that's debt because you have a compulsion to make your payments. So it has to be equal. And finding an equal property here would be a bit of a juggle. For instance, the courthouse and jail together are about 25 million, so that's too much. Split them in half or however. Right now, these are just the assessor's values, and they are assessed together, so I don't know what the specifics are. But split, it's too little. So you have to add something else in. We actually don't want to use the project itself because the project itself is going to be worth more because we're putting some cash into it to finance it. And the second reason is if you're using the project itself, it's like a construction loan, and then we have to do draws through a trustee bank for, you know, as the construction progresses, it adds a lot more costs that way. So
anyway, we'd have to match up some property. You have to buy title insurance, provide title insurance for whatever property you're doing. And there's a lot more documentation. So costs from our bond counsel to write up all the paperwork is higher. And the final area it's probably higher is because it's less creditworthy, carries a higher interest rate, the underwriting firm, which is selling the bonds, charges a slightly higher fee because it's a little more difficult to sell them. So that's the reason why sales tax revenue bonds are cheaper with respect to that. And so downside to sales tax revenue bonds is we can't issue them tomorrow. We couldn't issue COPs tomorrow either. It takes a couple months to get going. So September would probably be the earliest we'd issue COPs. Is there a lot of risk of interest rates rising between September and November when we might issue it? Or really, ideally, we would like to delay issuing it until we actually need it, because otherwise you're paying interest on money you don't need, that we're investing at a much lower rate than we're paying, so you're losing that interest can quickly add another $30,000 or more to the cost differential. Right now, there doesn't appear to be a whole lot of interest rate risk going out there after Brexit. I just pulled up one economist's forecast of the 30-year Treasury, and he's actually pretty good in the past. And so he's forecasting a slight rise through the end of the year, but then interestingly, a decline in the 30-year Treasury rate into next year and into 2018. In part, that's based on, he's saying there's a 50% chance of recession next year and 55% in 2018. We're pretty far along in the economic cycle.
Yeah.
You know, when we come to talk about sales tax budgeting,
yeah, there you go.
there's a recession sometime in the future here. So if it hits, interest rates go down, even though we're at really low levels right now.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the outlook. There is the risk, I guess, on the sales tax revenue bond and asking for voter approval is that it might be viewed by some voters as a referendum on the facilities you're improving, rather than just the financing choice between the two. To some extent, you can explain that in the question, but also more so in the Tabor mailer, the pro-con statement section. You can lay out that this is a choice between financing methods that the voters can choose. Will be under construction. By then, we have to finance it. We either do it this way, a little more costly, sales tax revenue bonds, more cheaply with voter approval. These are the two options without raising taxes, and we don't need to raise taxes. So you're pledging you're using existing tax resources one way or the other.
Tom, given the Tabor rules about how ballot questions have to be asked, you know, things like they all have to be all caps, and you know, it has to mention the debt up front with repayment and interest and everything, and certain lender requirements to make sure it conforms fully with Tabor as it should. If it's a revenue question, there's probably no ability to ask kind of an either or within it, that, you know, yes or yes, you know, but
yeah, it has to be yes or no.
It has to be a yes or no, and you know, you kind of said you could explain within the question, and so that gets my curiosity thinking. I mean, are you allowed to say in the question that should this question fail to pass, the county will fund and construct this building through certificates of participation, which I believe to cost approximately $30,000 a year more? I mean, could you?
Probably not, I would guess. And then I'm not sure how that fits into a yes or no question. We could try to be creative. I already drafted a quick one because we've done these questions before. So of course it starts, shall Pitkin County debt be increased by an amount not to exceed, say, 20 million with a maximum repayment cost of la-da-da. Some other legalese, authorized to pay such bonds from and to secure such payment by a pledge of its existing 2% sales tax. And then I ended it for the purpose of providing the lowest cost financing method for facilities improvements without raising taxes.
That clarifies.
So,
Can we put that sentence first?
No.
Rather than
unfortunately, you have to say, shall debt be increased?
Okay.
But I don't know, we could play with it, but it's a lot easier to explain it in the Tabor notice, obviously, because
If
you got a
people
lot
would read
more
them.
room
Yeah.
to set it
I
out.
see John's hand up, and then we'll keep coming around.
Yeah, and the last point I'd add to the list that Tom said, we can do both of these options within what was budgeted and anticipated long-term in the budget. And so it's really the nuance of, is there more or less risk in terms of going out from an interest rate perspective, from a community transparency perspective about what is really being asked. Is it a referendum on the building versus what we're really asking is a financing question at this point. So
yeah,
that's kind of, we committed to bring this back to you during budget. The board had questions about these two items. This is, now that we're closer, I think can give you a better estimate than we could at that time, almost 6 months ago, 9 months ago now. So just basically looking for direction.
Yeah, I guess, George, you had your hand up. Do you want to ask a question?
A couple questions. Tom, you said that we don't have a need to do this immediately, and then we don't want to do this prematurely because we're just paying off debt unnecessarily. So when would you anticipate that we would actually need to get into this borrowing?
Based on the fact that we're starting to destruct this building, I guess, not totally, but got it, or whatever we're doing in September, but we're not really starting the addition out back until towards the end of October, is my understanding. They would start digging for the foundation, and the fact that we have, a third of the financing in cash that we're putting up, so you'd use your cash up front. I'm guessing maybe as late as the end of the first quarter next year is when we might really need it. But we can always have it ready to go pretty much and just be looking at, okay, what's the interest rate forecast? Is something changing? And actually, even if you put sales tax revenue bonds on the ballot, and you don't have to adopt that until the end of August, to get it on the ballot. Even if it came into September, October, and we went, oh no, the presidential election's going to make a big difference and interest rates are going to go up, we can go ahead and issue COPs.
Yeah.
It kind of moots the question, but on the ballot. But if something changed, you always have that option to go ahead of time. So, going to the ballot is really to get another option that is cheaper.
There's still time. You still need time to go. There's a time and cost to go before bond counsel as well.
Yeah, to prepare documents.
And is that sort of taken into account with these numbers?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I want to just throw out there a few considerations that I've been tossing over. And, one is that we usually try to only have one major financing or tax question per major ballot, when it's a presidential or gubernatorial election. And so if we're going forward with the open space and trails question on the same ballot, you're literally going to see two asks that sound really big, new authorization, ability to collect up to this amount. So there is a potential for a little confusion there. The other is, I know through NACO, they're constantly fighting, and Congress doesn't seem to move on anything, so I don't know how valid it is or not. But, you know, some of the deficit reduction plans from Paul Ryan and others have been to eliminate the deductibility of the interest
Tax-exempt bonds,
from
yeah.
tax-exempt bonds. And so that's how they want to close the gap on the deficit, but of course it's being fought heavily, and I have no idea where it's going to end up. I mean, that's school net financing for schools and things like that. But, you know, those sort of things point to uncertainty, you know, and so we kind of in some ways have a choice between certainty and uncertainty, you know, if we kind of will know what the rates are now, but we may not know what they'd be at the end of the first quarter of next year, you know. I mean, we have a sense,
Yeah.
but, you know,
Never
people
know.
had a sense that Brexit wasn't going to pass, you know, and so, you know, who knows what next shoe is going to drop, you know, and uncertainty is what the markets don't like. Uncertainty is what I don't like. It's very hard for me to even imagine kind of going into a project without having your financing locked in. You know, I mean, how many people start to dig the basement and say, "Don't worry, I'm sure that bank loan will come through. You know, I'm sure we'll be able to."
After I've ripped off my other house.
I mean, and then I realize this is a different circumstance. It's not as if we're qualifying for a mortgage as young people, but again, it's the same principle of just not having that locked in. I think there's other questions we should bear in mind about maintaining flexibility with the county's financing over time. If there's a certificate of participation, which it was new information to me, I assumed it would be on the new building, not the existing buildings. But, you know, there may be something that comes up in the future where we want to bond against sales tax revenues where we don't have a building to offer. That's not part of a program. And who knows what that could be, whether it's, you know, increased participation in affordable housing or increased energy renewable measures or something like that. So, you know, once we have done a $20 million bond off sales tax revenues, there probably wouldn't be a lot of room for new sales tax revenue bonding. And so that is, again, one of the components of preserving flexibility for future boards. And I do think a little bit about the optics. If it was something that, as much as you try to explain that it's either this financing method A or this financing method B, the project is set, you know, the board has approved it, we're breaking ground, and the public said, no, we don't like the revenue bonds, would they really understand if you turned around and then issued COPs? And just said, well, we know you said no on taking on the debt that way, but we're going to take on the debt this way at an even higher cost. I don't know that that would follow to a lot of the public's mind. And so I am, you know, bringing my bit of experience from campaigning on the ambulance district where there's so many people who are like, well, why do you have to do a campaign? Everyone loves ambulances, it'll pass. And just, it was very hard to get participation. And it's similar to even what we had with the county road question on the mill levy years back, where staff was more than willing to volunteer their time off hours and work on something, and they didn't have citizen leadership, citizen participation to take it forward. And so those are challenges in my mind. So I've just been kind of pushing them all around. I don't want to spend money necessarily, and I also don't want to live with months and months and months of uncertainty. George?
Can you pay off COPs as well as revenue bonds early without penalties?
Usually without penalty, you can put in what's known as a call provision. After a certain number of years, you can
5-year, 10-year.
call them in. Typically, yeah, for a 30-year, 10-year call would be normal. So after 10 years, you could refinance it. And actually, we're doing that right now, this summer, this fall, with about $12 million of open space general obligation bonds that are callable in September and December. We're going to refinance those right now at lower interest rates.
Can I tag on to that?
Yeah.
Could you go from a COP then to a revenue bond? Could you,
If you had
10
approval.
10 years down the line, throw it back out to the voters and say, we've reevaluated this and we want to bring it back in and do it
If you have approval, you can
on
refinance
a
it.
year when we didn't have so much going on?
Yeah.
Well, and
Again,
if the
you have
interest
to,
rates
you
make
have to
sense
put
to do
in,
it in 10 years,
you have to
or
wait.
whenever.
I mean, I'm saying you'd have to wait a while, but
For
it
the-
doesn't mean
for the
it's
call
impossible to
provision.
do down there. Another thought.
We did, I don't know how, but we did do a financing on Williams Woods construction. It's a for sale affordable housing
Right.
project. And when we did that, we did it with like a 10-year COP with a 1-year call.
Wow.
And so we borrowed it, we basically had construction financing, we sold it, and we called it and paid it off in a short period of time. You know,
There's
so,
an environment where interest rates are projected to potentially
Eventually
go
go
up.
up.
You can typically negotiate a shorter call period, but it's hard to say in this current environment. how that's
yeah,
gonna
and,
play
yeah,
out.
you pay,
Up, you got a down, you got a up.
you pay more for that call provision.
Right.
Because, you know, if somebody's lending you money for 20 years at
They wanna
what they
keep it.
think is a good rate, and you're saying, well, I can call that away from you in 5 years if there's a lower rate, and you get your money back and you can reinvest at a lower rate.
Yeah.
They say, okay, but pay me a little more on the front end.
And I would
So.
guess that, not only guess, but know that interest rates have been the lowest that we've seen in many, many years. And 10 years from now, I would assume they're going to rise up. And to your comment in terms of recession, everything that has been spoken about in terms of the Brexit is showing that England is going to be going into recession that may affect the global markets.
Yeah.
They may not. I mean,
You just
who knows? But yeah, they've been.
They're just
Well, it
planning
doesn't
something.
bode well economically for
Oh, no.
Brexit because the whole premise, the whole vote was misinterpreted or misconstrued versus a financial aspect against immigration
Yeah,
policy.
I know.
And so no one really delved into the financial impacts, which we're seeing now with our stock markets and with the interest rates. So, you know, I understand Rachel's concerns. And I think that it's really, it's not only a question of if we were to decide to do revenue bonds that I mean, we're saving $30,000. Basically, the public is saving $30,000. And that's a year. And so what that means is perhaps the public would see that savings of $30,000 could then go into our existing programs and services like roads and bridges. So it's a way we'd have to roll it out to really educate the public that.
You can chair.
Yeah.
You can chair the campaign, George. We've now nominated you
Well, I'll
to
be
do
chair.
mailers to 17,000 residents.
Yeah, that's fine, but I'm just saying, it's the public's monies that we're saving.
Right, but I think it would be better to say $30,000, because some people say, my car costs $60,000, so what's a $30,000 savings?
Well,
guys?
but over
Yeah,
30
but you'd
years,
have to
it's
do the
another
accumulative if you wanted to really make an
I guess,
impact.
does staff have any recommendation at this point?
Mine would be to, you know, go ahead and at least draft the ballot question and consider it in August, and, you know, things are still looking the same then, depending on your political climate. Put it on the ballot for, you know, give the opportunity for savings to the voters anyway. They reject it.
And
They
then
reject
Rachel's
it.
point is, they
But
reject it.
otherwise, you haven't even given the public the opportunity to take that 30,000 a year and put it into some other public service. But that's, you know, that's where I'd come from. To Rachel's, your first point about having two ballot issues on at the county level. So you understand the open space question is not going to be a shall taxes increase question.
Right.
It's shall the existing authorization for a 3.5 mil, I think that's where we're at.
Be
Or is
extended.
it 2.75? 3.5. Be extended. for that 20-year time period.
And-
And because of that, since this would be a debt increase question, the increase questions have to go first on the ballot. So it would be, shall debt be increased, and then it would be, shall an existing tax be extended, is kind of the way it would.
But with the open space and trails question, they're also asking for the extension of their bonding authority to take on debt financed by that extension. And so won't it have a debt number in it that it extends or asks for bonding authority against that revenue source for up to X amount?
No, in fact, yeah, this question, when you're just asking for extensions and reaffirming something that's already been voted on, you don't have to put
The
numbers
in,
you just refer to, well, and I'm working on that language with bond counsel right now, but right now it says, and shall, prior debt authorization be reaffirmed. And because we have to go on and say that the payments on that debt, any debt that's issued that was authorized, is actually deducted from the mill levy off the top that's being extended first, so that it's not, it's not additive.
Right.
3.5 mils is the top.
It's capped, yeah. I think Steve has his hand up for a little while, and I haven't gotten to him, and I feel bad about that, Steve.
Tom, there's some talk about the Fed will be issuing negative interest rates at some point in the near future, is a possibility. What effect would that have? I presume that would mean we would get a lower interest rate on either the revenue bonds or the COPs, but is that how you would read it also?
Yes. Yeah, it's just.
Because they add so much, it's adding so much on to the interest rate.
Yeah,
So if it's a negative interest rate, it just means we have a lower.
Typically, there's what's called a spread, a difference between where U.S. Treasury rates are and municipal debt rates. But we're talking, the negative rates they're talking about are on very short-term money, federal funds, what banks borrow or earn on their reserves with Federal Reserve Bank. And we're talking about, borrowing out to 30 years. So that's more comparable to a range of the 10, 20, and 30-year U.S. Treasury bonds, and those aren't going to go negative.
Okay, and now looking at the different between the revenue bonds and the COPs, do we get all the money up front on either one, or is it like doing a bank draw where you don't borrow the money until you need it and then you start paying the interest on it?
No, you borrow it all up front.
For both of them, it's once you sign up, then.
Yeah, what you're doing is you're selling essentially a bond to the public, either institutional buyers or individual
Not like a line of credit.
Retail buyers. You pick a day, you go out and actually market those bonds at set interest rate at that time, and then within a couple weeks, it closes. We get $20 million. They get a paper, essentially.
And then that money,
Promise to
we
pay.
wouldn't need it all. So you would be reinvesting that money
in the short term, yeah.
For short term until we actually
Yeah.
need it for the construction.
Right now, short-term rates are 0.5%.
I know.
Yeah, so we'd be losing, 3%.
Where are you getting 0.5%? I mean,
yeah.
how long do you consider short term?
Well, that's out, some of the instruments we have available out in 3-month area.
Well, my gut feeling is I'm torn both ways, because I see Rachel's point about having two different tax questions on the same ballot, even though neither one of them is for a tax
It's a tax
increase.
question.
Neither one is. And I would like to think that the public is, reads the issues enough, at least in Pickens County, they're a pretty informed electorate and would understand that voting yes for the revenue bond means that over a 30-year period, they're saving $900,000.
Yeah, we can say exactly that in the pro comments.
Yeah.
John, you had a comment as well?
Did you
So,
finish?
well, that's, you know.
I was just wondering
my
if this
gut
comment
feeling-
may help you go.
My gut feeling is to put it out to the voters and,
I
you
was
know,
after Steve. You want to go first? You can go.
try to save the $900,000 over the life of the project, so.
I can't wait to go to the beach.
Yeah, and you know, just to confuse the issue, because George was asking about staffs, yeah, I agree with what Tom said. There's also an argument to be made for, you know, maintaining the flexibilities of a COP if you're going into a negative interest rate. You know, and there's an argument on both sides for the COP if you're in a changing interest rate, because the revenue bond locks you into getting authority at least at a specific time. Now you can sit on that authority for a little bit once you have it for the issuance, but you know, there's that argument to be made for flexibility too, and so and not taking the risk again of that confusing the issue, as it were, which is I think so.
John,
It could go either
Are
way.
you saying that COPs, we could wait and see whether that interest rate may drop further?
COPs, you can do at any time. Now, with the revenue bond, once you get you can't do anything until November. And once you know, if it is approved, you can sit on that authorization for a little bit and try and time interest rates or not. But
on the COP, would you consider going sooner than later, or wait and see what the economy does and perhaps the interest rates will drop?
that you have that flexibility with the COPs. If you think you're getting into risky, we could start that issuance process today and we'd have it completed before November. If you know we waited for authorization, you'd get authorization November, and then what time? We're probably 60, 90 days out from there if we wanted to issue.
No.
He could be ready.
No,
to go.
we could probably close by the end of November.
Oh, you think that quickly?
If,
Okay.
If
So at least
we were
30 days
looking,
out
if we were worried about taking too much time, because we can prepare the basic documents and, you know, just get approval and say, okay, it is a sales tax revenue bond, and we don't have to do all the other paperwork for a COP, so here, let's launch it pretty quickly. We can go that way. That happens a lot with, you know, school bonds, and they get approval in early November, and they issue right away.
We don't have too much upfront cost by dual tracking it. They won't charge you to say, okay, well, we're prepping for this and we're prepping for that.
Yeah, they would if we're prepped for both.
If we prep for
both.
both.
Some of the documents are very similar. There are additional documents for the COP, because you have to, well, I listed on there, you have a trustee bank that is holding deed to the property that you placed in trust. That's how you secure, it's like a mortgage. That's how you secure the loan.
Yeah, going back to Steve's point, I still think, knowing the voters as well as I do in Pickens County, it's still going to look like two tax questions, even though neither one of them really is a tax question. And we kind of know that. And the other thing, what Rachel, tagging on what Rachel said, we did tell the voters that there would be no increase in taxes to build this new building. So that's going to be another hurdle to say to them, this really isn't a tax question, neither one of them are, but, you know, and it would, I think, also be difficult to clarify to the voters if the revenue bond tax question, debt question failed and we had to go to a COP, it would look like, well, you didn't get the way you wanted, so you're coming back at it. We have to be very careful, I think. The voters in this community are very intelligent, and we have to make sure that we are giving them very intelligent information, because they're smart, and we need to give them that information. And I'm kind of, this is a great political statement, I'm kind of favoring both. Because I can see the merits in both, and I can see the merits in doing A before B or B before A. So we'll just have to have further discussion and see how this pans out. But I think this information is very enlightening, and I'm hoping that we can get the information out to the people when we make a decision which way we're going to want to go on this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Steve?
Rachel, I could also see, in order to have the certainty, going with the COPs initially, and then in 10 years, then go to the voters and ask to refinance with revenue bonds. If that's, if the interest rates were
Such that it would make more
good
sense.
for doing that, or whenever the period is when we then could pay off the COPs and refinance with a lower interest revenue bond. And I could go that way too, because that then would only leave the one question on this fall's ballot, which would be easier.
For me, as I said, I really don't like the uncertainty. I don't like, markets could do anything at this point. There's a potential of a new referendum for Scotland to withdraw from the UK, and people in France are all like, maybe we should leave the European Union. I don't know what is going to happen in the world markets. I mean, I could see a circumstance where rates continue to fall this summer, what we've just seen, and then, COPs are comparable to treasury bonds or revenue bonds today. And by the time we get to November, they've come back up again, and the revenue bonds will be higher than the COPs were if it drops in August and September. I mean, it just, you're kind of, it's a little bit of a roulette wheel on rates and terms and the national economy. And I guess this is financing one way or the other, but we have some sense of what COPs may cost us now. We may not know what they will cost us in January of 2016 if the revenue bond question does not pass. And people are pushing forward to do that. So I like certainty. I mean, sometimes you pay a price for certainty versus uncertainty. So that's kind of where I come from on that. And then the other thing I was talking to, it's probably not a good direct comparison, but my boyfriend Paul, and he was working with a water system in a community, and he was like, this is a great rink and rec center and facility you built for your community. Good. The guy goes, yeah, it's all a matter of timing. We signed the contracts for construction 3 days before the market dropped last time. And he said our community would not have gone forward with it. It would have just been pulled the plug. We don't have the money. We can't afford it. And so sometimes timing is everything, and certainty has a value to it as well. So I probably would move forward with the COPs. I can understand the arguments, but again, I don't know that it's really hard to, in a campaign, you always try to give people facts, as much as you can. And it's going to be very hard to give facts in this circumstance to say these will be less expensive than those were or will be, because the market itself changes. And
That was a great statement.
I know, it is. How do you tell people a fact about something like that? And the other factor for me is really about maintaining more flexibility for future county needs and projects. That's the thing that people really should be gut checking themselves on. This is pretty much committing the last of the bonding power on sales tax that we would have. And if there's other needs or uses, we will have used it up. Now, maybe that's when you can go out and do a COP on something else, but you're going to have a, different rate structure then. So I like the flexibility of holding on to that revenue. George?
Do COPs, will they generally follow the same trend as the bond market? Or so if the bond market goes up, COPs go up and vice versa?
Yeah, it's just another bond that
Type of bond. So they'll always be a little ahead of the bond market.
doesn't have, I mean, they both trade and move the same.
Yeah.
They're both debt issues from us, is how they view, how it's viewed. One has a little more risk than the other.
Yeah.
In the credit market's eyes. But to your last point about flexibility, I actually see it the other way, because sales tax revenue bonds We don't have any outstanding against our general sales tax, and so we have 8 times the amount of coverage revenue that we need to pay off $1 million a year.
So you'll see us getting.
So you could
We still
come
have-
back and issue until you're at about 1.5 times coverage is where you can go with that. Whereas if you're pledging property, this is locked up for 30 years, whatever we come up with, 20 million worth. And like Public Works facility is 5 million. What was it? No, Public Works is 3.8 million. Health and Human Services, we only have the improvements, 2.3 million.
At the library.
We don't own that much property that we can pledge to COPs. So if you use up 20 million of it, you have less available, I guess is my point. You have a lot more flexibility and capacity in sales tax revenue bonds than you have in certificates of
So
participation.
he's leading
for
the
all these
campaign
purposes.
now, right?
Yeah, now, that's right.
So, I mean, back to Patty's point, there's a lot of points. I think we do have a educated, informed electorate. And I think that we got the information out. They could understand that this is not a tax, it's just a revenue bond. It's just a type of financing. I think if there's any criticism of government is that voters or the electorate wants to see how government is actually spending their dollars. I think that's really the key issue across the country, right? And so they'll have a choice of how they want to see these dollars get spent or saved. So I would support putting forth or writing up a ballot initiative, and then we'll between now and the next couple of months we'll sort of see how the community reacts to it. In terms of if it failed and how we would look going towards COP, well, we know we're going to be under construction and we're going to go forward. The library vote failed. The library went forward, and we've got unbelievable rave reviews ever since it's opened. So.
From some, I was gonna say.
Well, you're not going to please everybody, right?
Really? That's because you
still
live.
trying
That's
to
because
do
you don't
that.
live in town, George. You live down there where you don't hear people
I
saying,
get as
"We
many-
voted against that. How come they built it?"
I get as many emails and phone calls as
I don't know,
anybody
I
else.
seem to be getting all the phone calls.
Anyway,
think
so
my
I
name
would
comes
support
first.
moving ahead with.
I would like to see the ballot language. Doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to go there, but I'd like to see how, my first response is to how I think the voters would respond to it.
Yeah, that makes a difference. And I would like to see to what extent or how can we work in the information in the ballot language.
What we're allowed to say or not say.
We'll see if we can be creative. Yeah.
Well, and I suggest maybe when we bring that back, it would be good for us to take a crack at what language we'd put in the blue book or what have you, so you can kind of see how that would read.
Yeah.
There's a
Well, we
certain
can do the
factor that
pros, somebody else
exactly
gets to do
there's
the
a certain
cons.
factor that doesn't.
So we can bring that back to you at another work session. Doesn't have to be first reading of the ballot.
Oh, yeah,
question.
no,
We
no,
can
no,
do
no,
that.
no,
I'd
that.
absolutely
There's
say
some-
work
there's
session,
some
and
potential
it'd be good to
language
hear
and
Michael
play
weigh
with
in and his thoughts and
That'd
things
be
like that.
interesting.
Okay, very good, good discussion, everybody.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. All right, well, let's see, we are supposed to leave in 10 minutes or less. Board open discussions, John, what do you have?
Yeah, I have Brian here. Brian was able to attend the CDOT meeting on Cottonwood Pass, and I think has an update for us on that. And we're going to build a 6-lane over there, I think.
With
Brian, you
COPs.
wanna-
They can own the pass.
And I'm not looking for a definitive answer. I just want to make sure that we're generally on the same page. CDOT's tiptoeing into this issue. Really, a lot of the motivation is coming from the city of Glenwood Springs, who is really pounding on CDOT's door to study Cottonwood Pass specifically to see what kind of engineering could be done there to open that up and what it would cost. So CDOT is asking other jurisdictions in the area, the Roaring Fork Valley, to find out if they would be willing to participate financially in a study of Cottonwood Pass specifically. What this board needs to know is there's another study going on, which is an I-70 resiliency study. So CDOT is already putting money in to look at how to keep I-70 open during these rockfall events. They could study Cottonwood Pass as part of that larger effort and not cost the local jurisdictions any money. But Glenwood Springs wants Cottonwood Pass to be specifically studied as an alternative route to I-70.
Let Glenwood Springs pay for it.
Yeah,
Patty?
Having spent some time up there over the last couple of years looking at property for my daughter, there's some significant issues with access on this side. I've been to the other side, but that was scary enough, we didn't go down. That it would be extremely expensive, easements, widening, all those issues that you would encounter. And so, but I think that if CDOT's already conducting a study that will incorporate this into that study plan, that's the way to do it. There's only so much money in our local jurisdictions, and if CDOT's already taken the lead, I think we should just follow.
Yeah, I can't disagree. I was just yesterday in Grand Junction with the Club 20 executive board looking at the potential ballot questions for this in November, and they voted unanimously to support the priorities Colorado, which is somewhat of a debrucing of revenues coming in. And one of the reasons is it would get a small amount of new money potentially into CDOT. And CDOT is so over allocated. It's like water rights that are dry water rights. You got all these plans out here that nobody has money to build, that I can't see doing more planning for something else that nobody has money to build. I would not even joke, it'd be better for me personally to, open up Independence Pass all winter long and make it a shorter drive to Denver. It's just not going to happen. It shouldn't happen. And so, no.
Thank you.
Steve, you're in the same boat. No money for that. Somebody can study it themselves.
But thank you, we appreciate the efforts
I
looking
appreciate
at it.
attending
It
it.
should be part of
thank
it.
you.
Very much.
Thanks.
They should be looked at.
And anything else? Did anybody else have any open discussion items?
I just real quick, I'm sure everybody got the letter from Linda Wag
Okay.
about open space. I did respond with a clarification in my definition of historic agriculture, that being that it's the action of the activity of agriculture that I believe is historic, not the product, not if you're growing potatoes or wheat or corn. It's the fact that we are trying to preserve the historic activity of agriculture in the Roaring Fork Valley. That was my response to her in there. I guess we got another letter from Holly McLean. I haven't had the opportunity to read it yet, but I think that's a point she brought up, because George, you had responded to. Yeah, so I just wanted to add to that.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you both for doing that. Do we have the key upstairs? We should.
Yeah, we don't need to be down there till 4, so you have a little bit of time.
Okay. We have 5 minutes based on the schedule. So, have you seen the traffic leaving town lately?
Well, there is that, yes.
Grassroots, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we thought it.